Yeah, but it's so ugly, and it takes him so long to glue that beard on, so he looks somewhat quite decent on the screen. It's just.
I have to buy ones of different lengths as well, so it looks like it's been growing throughout the year.
Yeah. You should see the supply. Actually, we have a discount code on Wish for the fake beards if you want one, Dave, as well.
I think I'll probably do without one, to be fair.
But don't get ginger one because you'll look ugly then, like Scott.
I grew one years ago just to piss off my employer, just because I could. That's the only time I've ever had one.
That's how I started growing mine. It was just to piss somebody off.
Yeah. Well, they literally they made the fatal mistake of saying you need to ask permission if you want one. I was like, nah, I come here to work. I don't need to ask permission for anything. And
Exactly.
yeah. So with that, I thought, right, that's it. I was off for a long weekend, so I grew a beard.
Are you pressed the? Hold on. Are we live?
Are we live?
Hello, everyone.
I don't know. Yeah, we are live.
Oh,
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, yes.
I hope everybody's just about ready for Christmas. There's a lot of you in chat, so I'm just going to say hello to everybody. And we're going to have a chat with Dave for the first half hour, 45 minutes. And I will get to comments as and when I can. If we don't see your comment, just put it in again. If you start it off with Chris will clock it for me and put it up on screen because he's amazing like that. And then we'll get the...
See him kissing. See him kissing my bottom.
Yeah, that was good. We just saw Noah for a fleeting glance then.
Noah. That was Noah. Noah Roy.
Noah.
Well, we should call him Vanishing Noah.
Yeah, the Vanishing Noah.
Good to see that guy back though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So Dave. Just for anybody, I mean, I know we spoke about it before, and it was probably about 2 years ago, on another live stream. How did you first get into spiders? For those that are in chat that are kind of maybe new to the stream, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, same as a lot of people, I guess. Just as a kid, I'm always getting asked this actually. What was your first spider? And it was a brachypelme smithy, which back all them years ago probably was a pure smithy. Now there's all that controversy over what's a Hamori and what's a smithy and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, but I think back then everything pretty much was probably purely because everything was collected from the wild. You know, there wasn't breeding back then either. You know, nothing was being bred in the hobby back then. So everything that we had, which was very little, to be fair, there wasn't the variety that we see nowadays. No, I mean, nowadays is mind-boggling. If you could go back in time, all the people of my generation were probably sitting here thinking, yeah, I remember them days when you had like half a dozen spiders to choose from. Not like it is now. Nowhere near.
That was days before people realized you can sell them and make money.
Well, yeah, I mean, you literally only had your pet shops because you also didn't have no internet or nothing, so you had no way of talking to other people. And it also meant as well that the information, the knowledge, it wasn't there because unless you knew someone up the road from you who was doing something, you never had anyone else to speak to. So it was a very, very. I think all pet keeping was, to be fair, it's all the same, very restricted compared to nowadays.
When I talk to Layla, if she's like 15, and I say to Layla, look, when I was a kid, you had a book to order anything. It wasn't online. You couldn't click a button. You had a book, and you flick through the book, and then you had to pay money on a telephone to phone them up. Then you had to check that you could use your parents' debit card or something, or even send a check.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to send a check through the post.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's. I mean, communication was so drawn out, wasn't it? It was so long. Everything was really, really hard, And you also found as well is that the people that were in the know kept it to themselves because it was valuable. You know,
that weren't just spiders, though, was it? That was absolutely everything.
Oh, everything. Yeah,
everything.
I mean, You wouldn't share anything because you had a chance that you could use it to your own benefit or whatever. I said, "Oh, Noah, there. Yes, we were a bit worried about you disappearing off the face of the earth. We sent out search teams and all sorts, trying to track you down. But we're glad to see you back and fighting fit. That's the main thing." So yeah.
Well, no, you literally went from commenting on every single video to nothing.
Yeah, he literally vanished. Yeah, I even actually contacted some of the other like American YouTubers and stuff that I knew Noah watched their channels.
Can't swear at you yet, Chris. It's not 9 o'clock.
And yeah, and I even questioned them. I was like, have you seen this Noah? Where is he? We're missing him. So yeah, it was a breath of fresh air when he popped up again.
Yeah, he's just said it honestly shocked me when he come back. You and Scott were like freaking out about my absence.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, for somebody to literally comment on every single video, everything that you do, to suddenly stop, it's just you do worry, don't you? You think, where's this person gone?
Which also as well, you got to remember, it's like we get to know people, because through the comments and stuff like that. So you build up a bit of a rapport with all these different people. And I mean, I find it hard because my memory is absolutely shot. It's.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
too much going on.
My memory is really, really bad and getting worse by the day. So it's it's hard work. But we actually you start to learn and to know these people and what have you. So when something a little bit unusual happens, you're sort of like, oh, hang on a minute, where are they gone? Where they disappeared to? So yeah.
It's crazy when you go back to like your first videos and you see who was commenting, and then you look down and you think, oh, God, I remember what you sold your collection like 6 months after that comment, and this is like 6-7 years ago. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then you remember all the cool interactions that you had with that person at shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the lovely thing. I think. I mean, this year has been absolutely outstanding for all the shows, all the different people that we've seen, and and you build up relationships with people. This is the only time you ever see them is at a show, But it's so nice to have these people just coming out of the woodwork, coming up and having a chat, and it's really, really nice.
It always
been a great year.
It always takes me back at shows. It really does, because like Chris leads a very, very, very busy lifestyle now, and so do I. And when we first met, we were in communication like all the time.
And then I just get fed up with you and I stop.
And then, nowadays it's like you hardly find time for yourself, let alone anything else. But when you go to the show, even though it's like so long apart from each other, it's like you spoke to each other yesterday. It's same Danielle in chat. It's literally like you've not gone like 4 or 5 weeks without talking to each other. You're right there. Osmond's another one. Osmond's in chat, and of course he travels all the way from abroad like to the shows, and he only gets to a couple of the shows a year. But it's literally like you've never been apart. Like, this hobby is like, for people, this hobby is the best.
Yeah, it's funny actually. I got on your WhatsApp chat groups. I sort of sit on them, but I never have really time to reply to anything because I'm normally driving all the time and I'm jumping in between jobs, and sometimes I sit there and I think to myself, blimey, I flick my phone on and there's like 248 notifications. I'm like, oh my God, it'd take me a year to get through them. So you sort of like quickly scroll through and flick through. And I'm like, how do people keep up with this? I can't keep up with a 5-minute conversation, let alone anything else. It's murder.
The trick is when you open the chat, you just click the arrows. There's 2 arrows on the side. It takes you all the way down, and you're just like, "Hello, I'm here."
Yeah.
And it will show you an @ symbol if somebody's mentioned you. So
I always worry when you. It's like if I'm on Messenger and someone messaged me about something, and I might be on my break, so I start a message, then I've got to go to a job, and then they're sort of like, I always worry it might be like an hour before I get to reply, and I'm sort of sitting there thinking, they must think I'm a real, whatever. They must think I'm really bad because I've just not responded. I've just dropped off the face of the earth. We was having a conversation, but it's life. You know what I mean?
I have that all the time. I open a message and I'm like, I don't have a time to reply. I'll reply to it, and then 3 months later, you're like, oh shoot, I haven't replied yet.
Yeah, yeah. No, it is bad, and it's I'll say always.
I literally could open my messenger, and there's a message from my sister about 4 months ago, and I still haven't read it yet. That's how bad I am.
Oh man,
that's terrible. Dave, Paul says, just going back to like when you first got into the hobby, he says, Dave, did you ever use Virginia Cheeseman when you had to post a self-addressed envelope stamped so she could post a monthly stock list back to you?
No, I didn't actually.
Wow.
It's funny. Do you know what?
That's amazing. That's an insight into spider history that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think back then I never got anything through the post like that. Nothing at all. So I literally relied on going to the shows, which meant I relied on the ones that, like the guys from the zoo, if they were going, then I'd try and tag along. And then of course, when you worked on the zoo, we all worked on the same section because we all had the same interests, which meant that everybody wanted to go to the same damn show, didn't they? Seniority used to prevail, and those who were up the ladder would get to go. And for the likes of me at the bottom, it was a bit hit and miss as to whether I'd be able to get there or not. And 9 times out of 10, I'd miss like most of the shows and get to go to one. So it was sort of.
How many shows was on then those days? And was it reptile shows and spiders tagged along, or? All I
ever remember from them days was the BTS, and we also went to a show in Warsaw. There was one in
the dinosaur age.
Yeah, back before then, when there was big footprints on the ground.
When Boudica used to run the shows.
There used to be one in Warsaw that we went to. But yeah, there wasn't nothing like it. I mean, bleeding hell. I think there's probably a couple a month now, isn't there? Every month.
Yeah, there's a little. I personally think there's too many.
There's something like 26, 28 shows, isn't there?
Yeah.
Through the year.
I honestly think there's miles too many shows. It just stretches.
If you look at animal shows, yes. If you look at spider shows, no, because some people don't want to drive 2 hours to a show, or they can't, or they're full of anxiety to spend so long in a car.
Yeah, but
if you can space them out across the country like they've done.
Perspective of a buyer, not a trader, because once you're a trader and you start incurring costs, you still make the same amount of profit over the year, but your costs increase dramatically because you have a lot more shows to attend. You have a lot more shows to pay hotels for. You have a lot more shows to pay fuel for. A lot more
hotels are a privilege. You can find cheaper ones, and attending all the shows is a cost that, if you didn't want to go and sell, then you wouldn't. If you're not making money at the shows, then you wouldn't be there, and then you wouldn't be paying for hotels and stuff either.
Not really.
Jade says, my dad said there was something called ELS.
ELS?
ELS? Was that maybe a show from...
maybe the IHS.
I wonder if that's what that means.
That's what
it means.
Yeah, I should imagine it was the IHS because that's been going for forever. Yeah, that's been going for a long, long time. What was that on the chat there? Was it from Tyler? Tyler was asking something.
Dave, it's me who asked if you think I'm ready for a Balfouri on your best starter old world video.
Yes, I remember that question actually. Yeah, and I think they are. I think Balfouri are a really good spider to get into old worlds. But then also as well, as I've said many times before, don't get into. You shouldn't think of them as old world and new world. just think of how you react and how you best behave. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's a new world or an old world. You know, if you're very jumpy, you'll be jumpy with either. If you're nice and calm, you'll be nice and calm with either. So, you know.
I can't remember how old Tyler is, but Tyler's only very young.
Yeah, I think did we miss a question or something? I think he had a question, but we missed it.
I don't know, but
no, I haven't seen any.
I see.
I put the question on the screen. I haven't seen any other questions.
Susan Elizabeth commented on it. Says there's 79 people watching, so we might have missed the comment. I think he might have took it personal. We'll try and find it, Tyler, or ask it again.
Yeah, like what's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. If we miss your comment, just keep putting it in every now and again.
No, that is the comment because he put it down a few times. I think
if you start it with Chris will pick up on it pretty damn quicker than what me and Dave will.
Yeah,
we're old.
Yeah,
and Chris is on the ball.
Unless it's Dave. Dave's pretty.
Susan says, "What's your favourite species?"
Oh, God.
The one with 8 legs.
Yeah, yeah. I don't really go for so much for species, but I prefer arboreal spiders. I prefer most arboreal stuff against terrestrial stuff. But then I have a real strong leaning towards fossorial stuff as well. I like a lot of fossorial stuff as well. Yeah. I think the biggest problem is...
be flipped into narrower enclosures.
yeah. I think the thing is once you've been in it for like as long as I have, you end up seeing good things in all of them. It's really weird. I don't necessarily have a favourite spider at all.
It's like if somebody put me in a kebab shop and said, "Scott, you can only have, you can pick one kebab. Which one's your favourite?" I'm a fat bloke. I ain't got a preference. It's the same. It's the same with the spiders. It's literally the hardest question is, what's your favourite species?
Yeah.
Even down to what's your favourite genus? I'm like, all of them.
Yeah. I don't have a set favourite. Otherwise, I'd just have a room full of that, wouldn't
I? Jordana, Dave, can you say hi to Liz from Cumbria? She's a massive fan. Oh,
hello, Liz.
Hey,
it was better in Cumbria because it's awful here. It's pouring with rain. Miserable.
Susan says, Dave, will you be breeding more species of pink toes? There aren't many in the UK, and I want them all.
Yes, that's actually you must have been reading my mind because as you know, this last year we haven't bred very much of anything. But what I have done is I've started to streamline my collection, and the Avics are something that I want to get more into. So we have started to build up adult females of some of the different Avics with the plan that once we get into our new room, then we will hit into them and start doing them again. But I want to keep them in the
same ideas because I've been stocking up on Avics as well.
Sorry?
I've been doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I love them. I really like the Avics and that, and yeah, they are things that aren't bred enough, really. No. But I think that they'll be challenging in their own ways, but they should be fun.
Mark the Spider Guy has been a channel member for 41 months and says, "Happy Christmas, everyone, and Happy New Year." Happy Christmas, Mark.
Thank you very, very much. You're showing your age there, 41 months.
41 months as a channel member.
That's a long time.
I remember like, 7, maybe 8 years ago, Avics had... Hey, Jez is in chat as well. Hey, Jez. Had a really strange kind of reputation.
Oh, definitely,
It was the memes that used to go round. I mean, you can't even discuss them anymore because it's so out of touch with what goes on.
Yeah. I think luckily I think the information changed, didn't it? What did he say?
Chris and Lingsu on wheels. So if you don't know, this is Chris. Chris has been a channel member for 34 months and says old fat ginger. Has it been that long? 34 months. Jeez.
It's a while, isn't it?
It's just you think it's great when you get monetized and get channel members, and then you get people popping up going 41 months like Mark, and then 34 like Chris, and you think, what? Have I lost a couple of years? It's like, what's going on?
You think how many videos you've done in that time?
Oh my word! Yeah.
How many live streams and all the other bits and pieces?
Stacey, which is Freya's dad, says, and hi Freya if you're watching. What's your opinion on the randoms of what you can get sent in the post? Do you mean on like mystery boxes? Because I mean, you know, I absolutely love a mystery box. I think that's probably what you mean.
Yeah, we find out exactly what you mean by that.
Yeah, if it is mystery boxes, I mean, I like mystery boxes, and they all come with like nowadays. I think it was Chris's lot, which is CFTN, started doing beginner and advanced, and everybody else is kind of doing the same thing. So you know where you're at with a mystery box anyway. But yeah, that's what I'd say.
Ah, look, there you go. Ordered an adult, but got a sling.
Oh yeah, he ordered. Was it a Cal Cody's? He messaged me. He ordered a subadult from TSS, and it's come through about this big, and it was 45 £45.
Oh, really?
The problem is slings are about 25-30 quid anyway now.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I do think though it's worth mentioning. And I've had this a lot when I look at people's collections and things, and they're like, you know, I want to get rid of this, that, and the other, and they're like, oh, I've got these juvies, I've got these adults. Many of what they think are adults aren't nowhere near adults, and many of what they think are juvies aren't nowhere near juvies. They're more slings, and it's like there seems to be a very there's a very warped idea of what people think certain things are, and it can get confusing. Now, the problem is quite often or not, when you look at something that you turn around and say this is an adult, and then it comes through and it's on the small side, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not an adult. It might still be of a breedable age.
Yeah.
If it's of a breedable age, then it is an adult. So it's the problem is, it's like if you look at Codies, right? I've seen chow Codies that have been 2.5 to 3 inches, and they are breedable.
Yeah.
They're a breedable age. But then you'll go somewhere else and you'll see one that's sitting there at 5 inches. So straight away, when your 2.5 inch chow Codies turns up, the first thing you say is, well, that ain't an adult. That's a juvie. Because I saw one at 5-6 inches.
Yeah.
So it's
another thing, we get a backlash a lot on the creatures from the north, because when he marks his ones, he marks exactly how you say. If it's breedable, it's an adult. And bumps an adult sticker on it. And then people walk past and say, that ain't an adult.
No, but when I first got into the hobby, if it's a breedable species marked up as an adult, if you're a beginner, then that's not an adult. If you've been in the hobby a good while and you understand that, then yeah, it is.
Yeah,
that's the issue. Is down to the individual doing the research to understand it, or the seller, pointing them in the right direction to understand that an adult spire is not necessarily the size that you think it is.
Yeah, it is. I do think it's a lot of it comes down to understanding, and different species are also very different as well. You know, you look at some of your dwarf spiders, some of them can mature out at stupid sizes. I mean, tiny sizes. And there's no way you would sit and think that's just a grown-on sling, but it could well be a full-blown adult. So it's very...
It was with the Cochiana Bullipies, what Rad posted, I think a year and a half ago, in a sling pot. Sling size with an XX sitting there, just chilling.
I remember that picture. That was tiny.
It was really...
Was it successful in the end?
No, it was a phantom sack, but it's still the fact that it
still
made
produced.
Yeah,
it's still produced. It
went still making the eggs, yeah.
So if that provider would be paired, you would think it's a sling, but actually, here you go, you have an egg sac from that. So is that subadult adult, or you classify that as a sling?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a contentious sort of subject, really.
Yeah.
And I think I can see where people.
I personally never look on a classification jury subadult or anything. I always check on the size what's marked down there, what size it is. That's the only thing I look at.
Yeah, I think it's the problem lies is it's. I think one of the hardest things is for beginners in the hobby.
Yeah.
This is a hobby that's very, very easy to enter. You can literally not have any knowledge at all. You can go online or you can go to a show, and within half an hour, you've got yourself a dozen spiders. Now, all you've got to go on is whatever the information was that they were sold as. But what you'll find is you'll get people that literally have got no knowledge of the hobby at all, but within a matter of a couple of months can have a quite substantial collection. And then, of course, all the information online and everything else. Whereas, although that's all good, you can't beat real hands-on. So it's not until a newcomer, for my way of thinking, it's not until a newcomer has had maybe a year, 18 months of playing around with their spiders and doing different bits that they start to understand and learn what it is all about. And then obviously the longer you're in it, the more you learn and the better you become and everything else. So it's very, very difficult. How can I put it? It's very easy for people to come in and in a very short space of time feel that they really know what's going on, but their information is still very limited.
Yeah.
It's literally like learning to drive a car when you haven't even rode a bicycle or anything. It's taking you from doing normal stuff to keeping spiders that you've never had a thought about, never had a education about or anything. And like you're saying, Dave, suddenly you've got like 20 overnight because you've been to a show, but you bought a couple of mystery boxes.
Mm.
And then you've got to start researching each one. I think it could be a bit overwhelming if you dive into it that quickly.
Very much so. I mean, it's one of them hobbies. You can go from 0 to 60 in a blink of an eye. Literally, in the blink of an eye. And we all know, because I still suffer from it today. I've been in this game for so long now, and yet I can still go to a show and I'm like, oh, look at that. Oh, I've got to have one of them. I've not had one of them before. You know,
I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
Yeah, you know, sometimes if you go to a really good show and there's a lot of good stock about, you can literally. I mean, every now and again we go to a show and I go off and have a little spend at some point during the day, and I come back and camera lady's like, "What on earth you bought now?" Oh God, did you really need to get that? I'm like, yeah, but look at it, it's lovely, isn't it? And it's like, but did you really need it? And I'm like, well, yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's even now that buying excitement is still there. Well, I can only imagine, like, well, I can remember when I was a nipper and I went to my first show, the very first Indian ornamental, the P. regalis, the first one I saw blew me away. I mean, I was literally in awe of that spider. And I was I think I was 19 when I bought that. Yeah, probably 19 years old.
That's like
and I was like, I must have spent, I don't know, probably 40 minutes just looking at it in the box, you know, on the table.
April, if you're watching, I think Craig's just silenced you for 60 seconds or something stupid because his moderator pressed the wrong button.
Scott, go and wash your mouth now because you swore before 9 o'clock.
I didn't swear.
You did. You said the S word. Go and wash your mouth now.
Oh, okay. Jackie's been a channel member for 31 months. It says, "Hey Scott, get features." Twerking Jackie.
I see Osman put up a thing a minute ago about the Nendeps. Osman was very, very, very kindly sourced me a male Nendep after me putting a video out, and I'd spent about 3 years looking for one, couldn't get one anywhere. Osman managed to track one down, and he brought one down for me, which was absolutely incredible, amazing. Now, I tried him twice with my female, and she showed no interest, and he was a little bit not sure either. And then I've also cohabited them overnight. So I thought I'd try it 2 different ways. So we're just waiting and seeing now. We're just, fingers crossed, something good will come from it. But yeah, I've resorted to cohabiting them because they were just so slow.
Nigel said, do you have any jumping spiders?
Isn't it a bit early to be throwing insults about?
Jumping spiders, right, is my biggest bugbear in the hobby, and I'm gonna get so much hate when I say this. But it's jumping spiders are nice, right? They're great, but it just seems that jumping spiders, the enclosures that the people keep them in, it's just like what you put astroturf in a doll's house and expect your spider to be happy. I'm like, what are you doing? And then you see memes of like jumping spiders wearing hats and stuff like that, and I'm like,
look, you just check yourself, mister.
I am gonna get
jumping spiders have feelings. Pack it in.
They want to live in that tiny miniature doll's house with the mushroom outside. Yeah, I'm sure.
I did on a video. I think it was last year. Someone said something about jumping. I was like, nah, they really don't do it for me. I'm afraid. I've got no interest in it. And I did get a bit of a roasting for that.
I like jumping spiders. Never got into them in a big way. I've only ever had like 1 or 2, but it's just the enclosures. It's just like, no, not for me.
I could say the same thing for a woodlice.
No, I'm not.
You know, I've always said it. If they'd done a jumping spider that was say 2.5 inches long, big, I'd probably have them and breed them. But when they're so damn small, I mean, I have to wear glasses as it is. So you know what I mean. It's not good. It's not good.
Nigel, Dave keeps them because he can't see them.
Yeah, that's it.
He doesn't keep them, sorry, because he can't see them.
I do love them.
It's 10 to 9. Come 9 o'clock, for those of you that might not know, we do swear, we do have adult conversation. And at 9 o'clock, Chris takes no prisoners. He literally gives me a barrage of extremely horrible insults at bang on 9 o'clock. So if you've got any kids watching or anything like that, please remove them from the screen come 9 o'clock, because Chris doesn't take any prisoners. He just gives me both barrels, and trust me, it's bad. It's bad.
But it's not an insult if it's truth.
Thank you, Apex Ghosts. Apex Ghost just become a channel member. Thank you, appreciate that. And just while we've got everybody watching, Dave's also donated to the Christmas Day giveaway that we do on this channel every year, from 6 p.m. onwards. And Dave's gave away a mega box of merch.
Am I?
That's what you said on Messenger. You can't go back on it now. What he said was £1,000 to spend at Dave's Little Beasties spider shop.
No, we are going to we're going to do a nice merch bundle. So for all the guys that are overseas and that, so they get a chance to, stand a chance of winning something as well. So we thought we'd do.
So it's going to be overseas only, or is it going to be England?
No, it can be for both.
If it was overseas only, I think my wife would be pretending she's American or something.
Yeah, I mean, I leave it.
I can play.
I leave it up to you. It's your channel and it's your raffle thing. So you decide.
I think we'll open that one up to everybody.
Yeah,
to absolutely everybody. We have got a little something for overseas, which is basically just £20 in cash from Post Pods. Dan said he'd put that forward. So if somebody from overseas, when somebody from overseas wins that, we can drop that straight from Dan to them in their PayPal, and they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly grateful, because he's also doing a Ice Pod mystery box for UK as well. So that's pretty awesome.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But I can't wait. It's brilliant. It's brilliant on Christmas Day because come 6 o'clock, I've had enough of the family. I just want to go off and do my own thing. And we've got the live stream. So that's how I'm getting away with it every single year.
Well, we're going to, we are down at my mum's for Christmas, like we were last year. But if we don't get back early enough, I might take the computer. So hopefully I'll be able to pop in and see how we're all doing.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Chris is available.
What day?
Christmas Day.
What day? Date?
The 25th.
Don't know.
From 6 p.m. onwards.
Everyone keeps asking me questions about it. I don't know.
I need to know, because if not, then I need to put somebody else on for the chair for that day. So we can do the wheel thing.
I don't know. I'll have a look.
Susan says, I started the hobby a year ago. So far, I only have experience with terrestrials. I have had an Emernia for a few weeks. If I don't have any problems with them, can I try keeping an OBT?
It literally just depends. The answer to this question, it's literally just depends on you. There's no time limit on how long you can keep spiders. My second spiders were P Metallicas and Cobalt Blues.
Yeah. My third or fourth was OBT.
It literally just depends on your confidence and how are you with spiders. Definitely. If you're confident enough and know you can handle a faster spider, then just buy a faster spider. That's all there is.
Yeah,
nobody will ever tell you you're ready for this or you're not ready for this. It's just how you can handle when things go wrong.
I think if you can
look on when things are good, look on when things go wrong, what can happen, and then if you can handle that, that means you're ready.
We used to get this a lot with the reptiles. Yeah. You know, people who sit there and they go, oh, well, you know, I've kept a corn snake for a year and I've had royals for 2 years, and then they want to go out and buy a 14-foot retic. And I'll be like, yeah, well, that's fine. You know, there's no problem with that. 14-foot retic, I've had loads of them. I've had them a lot bigger than that. But what you need to think about is when that thing throws a hissy fit in the corner and you can't get it back in its enclosure, what do?
I tell it, get back in the box.
Yeah. This is where it all falls down. I'll tell you what was the classic one. I think I might have mentioned it once before, but the classic one was the Black Fury spider. You know the Black Furies?
Yeah.
Spider Shop put that post out, didn't they? They said they had them and they'd done that little write up on them, and you know, and all the big egos went out and bought them, and then they were going around for a year or two, and then I had one given to me, and it turned out to be a male. So I put a thing out, said anyone got a female they want to sell. I was inundated with people trying to get rid of them, but they wouldn't post them. I could only go and collect them because they didn't want to take it out of the enclosure because they couldn't deal with it. So there was all these people that are like, I've got to have the most wicked spider on the planet, but then they didn't have a clue what to do with it. And you're like, really? You know, what is the point? You know?
I agree with Liz on OBTs. Liz says OBTs aren't as bad as some people make out. Yes, they're defensive and can be quick. However, some people like to exaggerate because they like the hype over the orange bitey thing. You've also got to remember, if you've got an evil OBTs, and OBTs are the most evil, fastest thing on the planet, from a selling point of view, you've sold every OBT that you've got, haven't you? And I think media-wise, I think everybody just jumped onto it, especially like the orange bitey thing as a common name, just jumped onto that. I personally think if you can rehouse a Pyrmania okay, feed a Pyrmania okay, and all the rest of it, I think you're pretty much good to go with an OBT.
Yeah.
My curly head is much worse than my OBT.
Well, you think about it. I've done numerous videos now where we've had OBTs out on bits of bark and stuff like that. You know, no issues with them whatsoever. So it's all about how you handle yourself and how you deal with the situation.
I think this comment.
It very rarely depends on the spider as well.
Yeah.
I have a Chilobrachys fimbriatus mature male, and literally all it does, it sits in a threat pose. It doesn't matter what you do. You just walk in and it's just in a thread pose non-stop. Try paring down.
Noah there. What's that?
Noah says, "This. I, mean, I love this community for this type of stuff. I think it's just, you know, the community on the planet is like this." Noah says, "Dave, I love this community so much. See, I had a difficult childhood, so the fact that your channel is so all wholesome is absolutely awesome."
Yeah, that's good. That's what we like to hear. But then you see, do you know what though? It's a different thing, because this is one of the things where the hobby is a bit awkward, because there is certain aspects of the hobby and certain areas of the hobby which are just damn volatile, you know, and they're not nice places to be, you know. So it's important that us that have got channels and do, you know, chats and live streams and things like that, that we actually moderate them and control them in a proper way. You know, they're done in a proper way, because you know, I won't allow anything like that on my channel in the comments or anything. I will not put up with it at all. And you know, I don't care whether you subscribe or unsubscribe. I don't bloody care. You know, it's you behave yourself or you go away. And it's you know, it's a credit to other ones that do the same. And this is one of the things that happens with the shows. You know, the shows are very, very good because they are strict, and you'll find all of the sellers, you know, all the different traders there, everyone looks out and makes sure that people are safe and, you know, looked after, and there is none of that mucking about. No. You know? I think in all the years I've been going to the show, I don't think I've ever seen any sort of, like, you know, any sort of problems as such.
I think if there was any issues at a show, you've got myself, you've got Chris, and you've got Tim that will quite happily remove anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and if you cause in trouble, we won't be the most nicest to people at that point.
No.
It's just one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just give everybody a quick warning. We are 2 minutes away from we do swear at 9 p.m. and we do have adult conversation. And like I warned you earlier, Chris comes in at 9 p.m. bang on the dot with 1,000,001 swear words all aimed at me. So if you've got any kids watching, just remember that for 9 p.m. It has been going on for what, three years now, Chris? But yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, these questions are coming in thick and fast.
I get a stick every now and again. It's like water off a duck's back. But I'm like you, Dave. I'm like Chris. We're Gen X. It's just like we don't do all this stuff.
I'm not Gen X.
Cool. Well, you might as well be. We accept you as a Gen X. Do you know what I mean? It's like, come and talk to us. We'll have a chat with you. Let's just talk about it.
Hey,
you know,
you two are old. Don't get me into that party.
Are you telling us you're younger than you look? He's definitely tried that I'm younger than I look thing, isn't
he? Yeah. He's just got good hair dye.
You notice though? We're sat in well lit rooms. He's sat in a dark room trying to hide. Look at him.
It's because he's Dracula. Dracula from Latvia.
Dracula from Latvia.
Dracula from Latvia. He's got the skin smoothing effect set on his camera. And then he's applied the Just for Men over the greys this morning, ready for the live.
Listen, you fucking piece of shit. Shut your fucking mouth, you fucking idiot. Fuck off. It's fucking 9 o'clock. You fucking fake beard cunt. Fuck off. Nobody fucking called you. Hi, Dave. You're right.
I knew he was in there somewhere. Hiding in amongst that Christmas tree.
Now he can talk. It's 9 p.m. Now he can talk.
We'll probably regret that.
As you guys know, it's 9 p.m. So we do have adult conversation. We do swear from this point going forward. So if you've got any kids watching or whatever, remove those. But yeah, Dave, how has 2024 been for yourself personally?
Shit.
Yeah. I got to be honest. It's been rough. Been rough. I think the last year, 18 months, I wouldn't necessarily want to do again. It's been bloody awful in a lot of ways. But then saying that,
the soul and camera ladies to me. So
yeah. I
can tell it's bad.
Yeah, you know it's bad when you just sell your soul. No, I think it's been bad, but then there's also been some really positive things as well. So we've had some really exciting stuff going.
Hold on a minute, Dave. What's been bad, and then we can move on to the
bad wise. I think mainly it's been quite testing, and I know within my own sort of spider collection. You remember when we had to move? So we had some stuff went into storage, some stuff I sold on, other stuff I took with me. Stuff got mixed up all over the place. We suffered a few losses here and there. And then, of course, when we got everything back, that carried on. We still ended up losing bits and pieces. We had a few disasters where things just literally just fell apart spider-wise. So it was really, really rough. And there was a couple of times there I could have quite easily have just thrown the towel in. A couple of times I said to the camera lady, I said, "You know what, I am sick to death of this. I've had enough." Because I couldn't carry on doing what I was doing. And the problem is for me, it's like I've kept
Red.
Hey?
Red just says one pound swear box. Imagine. We've been loaded.
I don't need a box, you need a whole lorry for me.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes it's difficult to see the other side when everything's sort of like, going all pear-shaped.
Hey, Jason.
It's sometimes difficult to see the light.
What's up, Jason?
I think when you're having a real bad day, Dave, or a bad week, and you're sitting there and you're thinking, I've lost a spider, I lost a couple of spiders, something quite ain't going my way, something really important's not going my way. I do feel like leaving the hobby. How important is it for yourself to have camera lady in the background going, Dave?
Oh,
behave. Come on.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll be totally honest. I mean, just life in general. Sod the spiders.
Yeah.
Just life in general. I mean, we've been together a long time. We've been together like over 20 years, and she literally does hold it together at times. I'm quite. I'm not the easiest person to get along with a lot of the time. I'm quite old school. I like to say what's on my mind, and I can be a bit fiery. I tend to lose the plot quite quickly at times.
Yeah,
and, and yet she's the only person really who can sit there and just raise her voice and just say to me, "Oi," and I'll stop and listen. Anyone else, I'll probably just snap their neck. But with her, she keeps me in check, and also as well, we got to remember it's even me being on here tonight. She had to come and set the computer up for me.
Oh.
It's silly. It's all the little things.
Is she in the same room as you now, Dave?
No, she's downstairs. I'm up in my spider room.
Is she watching?
Possibly. I don't know. She might be watching one of her weird shows or something, because she's into weird stuff like Housewives of God knows where and all that sort of stuff.
Because a couple of things. Camera lady, I mean, obviously, I know you personally now, and I absolutely love coming. I mean, 9 times out of 10, no offense, Dave, but if camera lady and Dave are there at a show, it's normally camera lady that you go and say hello to first, because Dave's normally chatting his head off to somebody, and she is literally just worth. If anybody hasn't never been to a show, never met Dave or camera lady is definitely worth spending some time with. She is absolutely wonderful. Absolute credit to yourself, Dave, as well. Beautiful, beautiful couple. But if you are watching, hey, camera lady, we all love you.
Yeah, I think we've. I mean, it's like everything, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like I say, we've been together a long, long time, and it's not always been like this. We've actually, we've learned to get on. So,
Jeremy's Wild Worlds. Camera lady pinches my ass. He's put in the comments.
Jeremy, everybody touches your ass.
You saying Dave don't, or
this is why I try and keep it behind the table. You see, can't be trusted.
it just. I mean, I've said this on lives before, but when I said to Kelly, I says, "What you seeing? What you seeing, Dave? What's the most appealing factor?" And she just looked at me. She went, I went, oh, okay.
She's talking about my feet. She's got a foot fetish.
Oh, foot fetish. Foot fetish. Ian says, camera lady made a fuss of my little girl in Brighton. Oh.
Yeah.
What species do you think are Giordano? Is that? I apologise if I've just read that wrong. Just before we move on to Noah's comment, what species do you think would swear the most?
Swear the most?
Apart from E. King, Chris. If a spider, if your spiders could swear, which one would you reckon would be the one at the forefront, literally swearing its head off?
Huahine.
Hohine?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, I reckon. Kraken. They've just got that look. Especially if they haven't made the burrow yet. They'll like, sit there just like. Curly CFC. Thank you. Appreciate that. £10 on the chat, dude. Thank you. I've noticed my local reptile shop is selling really poor crickets, many dead in the box. I've heard Dave moan about flies. Is there a good supplier you recommend? Yeah, Live Foods Tamworth.
I'll have to agree with Osman. Oh, Philip Peters. They're fucking cunts. They are fucking cunts.
They're a bit lively.
Curly, is that CFC as in Coventry Football Club?
Yeah, crickets. I think. Do you know what? I think I think all of the big stockists of crickets, they all suffer the same problems, and they've all got flies. And it's just one of them things we need to sort of learn to live with. Really, I mean, this is one of the things we're going to try and tackle this year, because obviously
dubious.
Yeah, I mean, I keep dubias, red runners.
Oh, Chelsea.
Crickets,
Nice.
Hissing cockroaches, and also keep lobster roaches as well. And they're all for food.
Yep.
I use them all for food, but they all, without doubt, they all actually generate a few flies. And many of these are coming in from our crickets, but then they get into our roaches. So it's like a perpetual thing. So we're looking at moving them all next year. So I'm going to set up my half of my other shed, and I'm going to keep all my live food out there, and just keep it in a separate place. So that it's hopefully then
doing the same thing.
I won't get that problem with the flies so much.
Crickets always stink.
You know,
only if they get wet. Keep them dry, and they're all right. But you must keep them dry.
Danielle from Portsmouth Tarantulas says, keep crickets warm. Crickets need heat to digest their food, or it causes gut rot, which is going to smell. That's probably where a lot of us, including myself, are going wrong then. Yeah, they need a certain amount of warmth just to be able to carry on, just to digest. Same as your roaches. Your roaches are all the same. If you keep them on heat, then they all behave better. And this is because they're going through their full cycle. They're doing their full thing. And this is something that it's funny, actually. I was talking about this earlier on. This is something that I'm going to sort of broach a bit more on later in the year, in a new year. And that's about heat and how we use it with our stuff. You know, because I think it's a good time now to actually sort of like go into that subject and actually deal with it more. Because I don't think I think most you probably see most people don't keep their spiders as warm as I do now. I keep my room at like 80 degrees most of the time. Now, that's not to say most of my spiders are actually kept warmer than that. So I think we need to, you know, it's going to be one of them subjects that will create a little bit of a stir and a bit of a storm. Now, the flies, how do we deal with the flies if they get into the enclosure? 80 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, my room, that's my basic background temperature.
So that's 26.6 in Celsius.
Yeah, that's my basic background temperature.
Yeah, same.
My enclosures are hotter.
I'd say ambient temperature is 26, but then you know yourself, Dave. It just varies whereabouts you put your spiders on shelves, unless you're heating up unless you've got heating cable or something behind the back of the.
Well, we're going to do a bit of a video because now in my new room, it's given me an opportunity to do it how I really want to do it, and all of my shelves are all going to be individually heated as well, so I can set them to their own temperatures, so I can do exactly what I need to do with them at any given time. But I think the biggest point is it's not so much how you achieve the heat. It's about I personally don't think to get the best out of our spiders, we're not keeping them warm enough. And I keep mine a lot warmer than the hobby would agree to them being kept.
Well, you've only got to look at where they come from in the world.
Yes, to a certain degree, but there's still an awful lot going on in the hobby where they've still got this stupid idea that you can just keep them at average household room temperature.
Oh, don't. If you're comfortable, they're comfortable. Is a comment that pisses me off so much, and it's just
I've been arguing that comment.
We're not spiders. Humans are warm-blooded. We create heat every day by eating food and all the rest of it. Spiders are a different fucking animal completely. And every time I see somebody put it on Facebook, I can't even comment because I'll just get blocked off Facebook again. But it boils my blood, something chronic.
I say I've been arguing against it. I've mentioned it in videos and bits and pieces. But we're going to make. I decided like this coming year, we're going to make a concerted effort to try and readdress that. But not only by talking about it in videos, but we're going to actually demonstrate it and show how the differences can be beneficial and do a whole different thing. And it's very much we saw the same thing years back with reptiles. There's even today there's still a big thing. There's a real lack of understanding in reptiles where people still think just because something's lived for 5 or 10 years, they were doing a grand job. The problem is you've got an animal that is an absolute master at survival.
Yep.
Nothing to do with whether it was kept properly or not. It's just a master of survival. And to some extent, a lot of our spiders are, especially things like the brachypelmas, the anthropelmas, all of these, they will all survive at a much, much lower temperature.
But they all say this spider's bulletproof, and it's always the ones that they say, like you're saying, the brachypelmas, they're bulletproof. That they go, yeah, I'll keep it in my front room with nothing. And you think, God help me.
What you've got there, right, is you've got on one hand, you sit there and you turn around and say, well, I've kept that spider for 10 years in my living room. It survived for 10 years. I must be doing something right. But then you sit there and you ask yourself, when was the last time it fed? Oh, it's not fed for 4 months. When was the last time it molted? 18 months ago was the last time I saw a molt. So maybe now you should ask the question, if this spider's doing so well, why has it taken 18 months to molt out? Why was it 4 months the last time it fed? So you've got to ask the questions. And the problem is a lot of that old information is still treated as gospel by beginners and new people to the hobby. And even to some of the old people, some of the people that have been doing it for years, they still will not let go. And we used to see this in the zoo world where senior keepers would have been taught a certain way, and they point blank refused to accept the new information. It would always be, you youngsters ain't got a clue. We've been doing this for years like this. But that's not necessarily make it right. Time, knowledge, expertise, even down to things like the equipment that we use and all this sort of stuff is all so much better than 20, 30 years ago when you were doing it. So you need to let go of the past and, and sort of like grab a hold of the future and change your ways. And this is something that we've tried to show on the channel. We try and show people that it's not always easy.
Hey, Mark.
It's
Hey,
difficult
legend.
to change people's minds. But I feel now it's funny because I was having this conversation earlier on this evening, and I feel now that with our channel, we're in a good position now to actually try and change some of these old wives' tales properly. Because there's much of what I do with my spiders that I've never mentioned, and purely because I can't be bothered with the arguments and everything that will come with it. Because a lot
need to.
Yeah, well, now I feel it's a good time to do it.
A lot of the smaller channels will also see what you're doing and also go, "Oh shit, Dave's doing it that way. I need to do it that way as well as." And then that message then gets filtered out to the whole community. I think you're doing a grand job.
I just think
let's go, Ghost. Thank you, dude. New channel member. Hey, Davey. Osman put really well. Hit the nail on the head here. He says keeping on room temperature because when you're fine, they are fine is only okay if you don't understand the difference between thriving and surviving. 100%
absolutely true. Yeah, that is.
Bang. Hey, Mark. Progression, not regression.
Yeah.
April and Mike, what Uncle Dave says is gospel. Do not argue. Do not argue with the God. That's something that I wanted to. I'll just go over chimpies, and then I have got a little question on my own for you. Dave's way of keeping has sorted me out loads with slings. He taught me that keeping them in smaller pots and growing them on before sticking them in larger pots. Me and Dave have got different opinions on that one, but we're okay to have different opinions on that. I think.
The thing is,
keep them in tiny pots.
What you got to remember is when that all came about, it was people that were keeping them in a sling pot, and then from a sling pot they'd go up to a
massive
enclosure, and the spider was still too small to go to that enclosure. So what I've always done with mine is I move them up progressively. And then the problem is you get the people on the other side of the fence that sit there and say, but surely instead of rehousing it 6 times in a year, you could have just done it twice. Well, why are you worrying about rehousing it 6 times? A spider is designed to have its house wrecked and rebuilt within 24 hours. So it's like my argument has always been that I would keep them in slightly smaller enclosures, depending on the size of the actual spider that we're keeping. And then that way, especially when they were very, very young, they wouldn't use up endless energy by constantly, moving about. They would be more inclined to set up home, which meant that when they fed, that food would then get turned into, growth and regeneration. It happens with all sorts of animals and birds. If you give them, when they're very, very young, give them too much space, all of the energy that they should be using to grow into a strong adult, they are wasting on nervous energy by constantly moving. Yeah, does that make sense? So that is where that small pot sort of syndrome came along. But it's getting it. You've got to get it in perspective.
So
you can't keep things in tiny pots just for the sake of it.
So the only argument against that I've seen, and I'll obviously put it to you, Dave, is that people then come back and say, "Well, there isn't any sling pots in the wild." Well, that's correct. There isn't, but there is tiny crevices that are the same size as a sling pot. There is tiny little burrows that they build out, which is the same size as a sling pot. Yeah. I get the fact that outside of that burrow or sling would then obviously go on, forever and a day.
But what you got to think as well is that in the wild state.
Yes, Ellie, you're right.
In the wild state, these things would not. The only reason they would venture any distance away from the security of their hide, whether that be a crack in a tree, a little tiny hole under a rock, or whatever, The only reason they would leave that space is to hunt for food. Yeah. Now, if food is plentiful, they will never leave far from that one space to get food because food is plentiful. So they're getting it all the time, which is basically replicant of what we're doing in captivity. We are supplying food. Yeah. So it has no need to go looking for it. So we keep it in a small enclosure. That way, what it's doing is it will set up its home the same as it would in the wild. It's exactly the same scenario. You know, all right, you could sit there and go, I'll tell you what, here's a good example. You live in Coventry. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
How much of Coventry do you use on a daily basis?
As little as possible.
Yeah. You don't need to.
I'm just in the house.
So let's put it in another way.
I've fallen out of love with this city a lot. But yeah.
Take that aside, right? You live in the wild, which is Coventry. Yeah.
I've got stronger words than that for it.
Yeah. But the thing is you don't leave your house unless you have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Your house is your secure space. That's your place where you're happy.
Yeah, that's true.
You do not leave it unless you got to go and get the shopping, or you got to go to work, or you got to go and pick the kids up. That's the only time you leave that house. So it's no different to a spider living in the wild, is it? You're exactly the same. If I keep throwing McDonald's at you through Deliveroo, you'd never bloody leave.
Chimpy just said it's like the burrows, like everyone says, but in this country they burrow 3 4. Captive Bread Slink hasn't seen that country. It's only been in the bedroom. Saltaire Spiders. Hey, Saltaire says, good evening, Scott and Dave. I live in Glasgow, for fuck's sake. You're all posh. I don't know.
Glasgow's nice this time of year.
I think I've just spent too long in a city. I need to get out of the city. I've been here 10 years and
yeah.
Do
you know what? To be honest, it doesn't matter where you live. There's shitholes everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, it don't matter where you live.
Yeah, this is true. Well, we have got literally within my comments up here are getting stuck. Literally within half an hour to 45-minute drive, we have got some absolutely stunning countryside. It's obviously not in Coventry, but it's not that far away.
Yeah.
As well as go down towards Northampton that way, it's absolutely stunning. Go over towards Wales, it's unbelievably stunning. Go up on the northeast coast slightly, it's lovely up there as well, I suppose.
Yeah, you could literally sometimes you can literally go half a mile down the road and it'd be absolutely wonderful.
I mean, people will say to me, Scott, I know you keep your slings in a little bit bigger enclosures, and it's like, yeah, I do, but I only keep them in like something that's 4 times the size of a sling pot. And you know what I mean? So it's still a very small area. And a lot of that is because I'm very keen on watching the spider quite a lot. So I'll come in here and I'll just sit and stare and see what it's up to, see if it's utilising that whole space or not. But that's my thing. Tim, hey Tim. Tim says, evening all, apologies, I got sidetracked drinking. Tim Baxter, apologies, not accepted. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible show, Sunshine.
Switch him off.
Yeah, switch him off. Who is he? For anybody that's watching that doesn't know who Tim is, Tim's literally one of the UK's leading experts now in scorpions. He's part of the British Tarantula Committee as well for scorpions, and really pushing them to the forefront in the hobby at the moment as well.
Yeah, he's doing some really good work with scorpions. Really cool stuff. I was actually talking to him earlier today, and yeah, he's really cracking open the envelope on scorpions. It's about time too, as well. You know, they're one of them things that they've not had the interest or the press, I should say. You know, to push them to the forefront. And it's nice to actually see more and more of them now, because they are so little understood. And it's purely because no one's really took the time to. I say no one. There is people out there that have, you know, done this. You know, there's people out there that have took an interest in that, but it's never been brought into like the mainstream like it is now. And Tim's at the forefront of that.
Ian, I saw that as well. I've already messaged Dave about that. But before I read your comment, dude, Matthew says, I live in North Yorkshire Moors. It's wonderful. You bastard.
Yeah. Fewer people, the better. I like the sound of that.
So Ian has mentioned something that I wanted to cover again tonight. I mean, obviously, I took a screenshot of it, you know, I did, and sent it to Dave and said, since when have you been into Sleep Token? So Ian says, Dave, Sleep Token t-shirt, are you a fan?
Yeah, I do actually. I do listen to them. Yeah. I think it's a weird thing, isn't it? It's sort of like people always, I don't know, they get an idea about what you do or whatever. Yeah, I'm actually in music terms, I've got real what's the word? Eclectic
Yeah.
taste. So I actually I like a real wide range of music, even classical stuff. There's some classical stuff I really like, but I'm probably I'm really fond of I suppose like melodies and stuff like that. I like a lot of.
You listen to death metal.
Real heavy stuff I'm not so keen on, but the real heavy stuff.
Recently, for me, Alex the Terrible, Slaughter to Prevail, has been blasting that out of the van, pulling up on site, and them all going, "What the fuck are you listening to?" Because they're all like ravebeds, like laying the bricks, going, "Bum, bum, bum." You know what I mean? And then me go, "Oh." But I do like a little bit of Sleep Token. See you wearing a Sleep Token t-shirt. I was like, what? Dave's into Sleep Token?
It is actually one of the funny things. If you there was even a guy we went to a couple of weeks ago. We were in B&Q, and I had one of the t-shirts on, and guy standing there was walked up holding hands with his missus, and he just walked out and he goes, "Oh man, they're down with the dial. I like that." So I'm like, all right, okay. Like,
I like the band.
It's quite strange, actually.
That don't just get up on stage and sing a song, actually perform it. And I think Sleep Token get up and they're completely theatrical. Everything about them is just like, it's almost haunting when he's on stage and he's singing behind that mask and everything. David's Vessel.
They've done a lot.
I know Phil likes a bit of Sleep Token as well, and the heavier stuff.
Yeah.
Do you reckon? Dave's Little Beasties is the frontman to Sleep Token. He is Vessel, hence he's so busy and never answers messages. Noah's coming with a cracking band, Disturbed. It's their cover of Enjoy the Silence in my word. Ian seen Sleep Token live. Yeah. Sepultura. Oh, come on! Now they're pulling out. They've mentioned Metallica. All the good stuff. Dave, I get a lot of comments, and I see. Well, not so much comments on videos, just like when you're in chats. Dave says this. Dave says you got to do it this way. Dave's God. You must see a lot of stuff like that. How do you feel when things are like that? Because UK YouTuber, you are the biggest, near enough 100,000 subscribers. Everybody listens to every word you say, yet you still remain very composed, very Dave. And I mean, I've known you for several years now, and it has not phased you at all. You never put yourself on a pedestal or anything like that.
No, I don't think. I think the most important thing, and I tell everybody this all the time, is you should get your information from a selection. You know, you get, learn from a selection of people. The only thing that I say to
Dave,
go alongside that, to mirror that. Hey,
You need 50p in your meter.
what do you say?
Your internet
Is my thingy lagging?
Lagging
Yeah.
a little bit.
Badly.
It is, isn't it?
Camera lady streaming one of the programs.
Yeah.
Amy H says, "Camera lady, we need camera lady merch. We've been on about this for ages. I want a camera lady t-shirt." Tim says, "Dave is a tarantula keepers at Umbora, 100%, 100%." But yeah, we've been on about it to Dave having what camera lady t-shirts for a long time. I think we'd all probably wear those instead of Dave's little Beasties one to shows.
Let me try and sort out this internet. What the hell? What's going on? I wonder if I jump off and then come back on.
Yeah, I think that would be the best idea.
Just what Dave's sorting out is internet. We have got a WhatsApp chat group running community. Dave's a big part of it. The link is pinned comment. It's over 18s only though, so if you're over 18s and you fancy chatting about spiders, hit that link. Christmas Day from 6 p.m. we are doing a giveaway on this channel as well on Christmas Day for Christmas. It will start at 6 p.m. There's a lot of stuff that people have donated for that giveaway, as well as a few bits for overseas. Hey Amy, Amy's been a channel member for 23 months. That's Holly, Scott, Dave and Chris.
It's lagging now.
Hey camera lady, we love you.
Camera lady, you need to back him out and rejoin it.
Beat him up.
Tim Baxter says porn chews through those terabytes apparently. Give him a couple of. Davey says, "What's your favourite tarantulas?" I think Dave said his is a boreal. For me, it's every spider. Chris,
the one with 8 legs.
Yeah, literally the one with 8 legs.
Well, they can have 7, but as far as originally they're supposed to have 8.
When are you next going live, Chris? Doing your breedings?
Let me have a look in the calendar. Fuck knows.
What, Friday after Christmas or first Friday in January?
No idea. Probably, definitely first Friday of the January. Don't know about next week.
What for those of you that are completely new to the streams as well? Chris runs a stream normally on a Friday. Obviously, it's Christmas and what have you at the moment. But that first Friday in January, Chris will be doing a live stream. There is swearing from the word go. Please bear that in mind. So if one of the moderators could just put Chris's link in, what Chris does is a lot of pairings, but he'll do it on live. So you'll see the good stuff, you'll see the bad stuff, you'll see exactly how spiders interact with each other during pairings as well, every single second. And what it also does, especially for myself, because I don't breed that much, is it shows you sometimes how quickly these things happen, and then other times how long it can actually take. And I find that type of stuff really kind of mesmerizing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
that's his name.
That's past 8 o'clock. So yeah, we 9 o'clock.
Friday after Christmas. Chris and Ling are going live, so hit him up with a subscription.
Osman, wrong link.
Where's I have a mature male P. Victoria, Chris. Do you need it? Says Amy.
I don't know. I'll check my female. I honestly don't know. I don't even know what I have. I haven't got that far. That shellfish hasn't been touched yet. If I have, I don't know. I'll have a look.
I think Dave just tried rejoining, but it was just literally a black screen as a clip to get him to jump in, and he disappeared again. A few things that we're doing on Christmas Day giveaway is obviously Dave's done the big merch drop, big merch mega box. Tim Baxter in chat, he's also sorting out some scorpions. Geoscorps, he's sorting out some scorpions for that giveaway. We've got stuff from Kevin Bigley. We've got stuff from Spar Spiders. Mark Spider Guys in chat. He's dropped a Lividus onto that giveaway. Eight-Legged Emporium is also chucked a ton of slings onto that giveaway, as well as Postpods has put a Isopod mystery box together. Leah Unusual Pets has also put 2 or 3 mystery boxes on into there as well. I can't remember without looking. There's quite a few bits, but we do plan to get them out like come. The stream will probably last till about 6 till about 8:30, and then that'll be that. Chris smiles because he knows it'll be on till 9.
No,
but yeah,
I smile about fucking Tim's comment, you fucking dickhead.
Who wants to see Chris on the? No, not even going to mention that. Tell he's had a few beers, can't you? I bet it's not even beer, is it? It's that dead man's fingers he's on. Hey, the Enigma Den. Jason says, when are you going live again, Chris?
Link said we're doing 27.
Friday after Christmas.
Yeah, Link said we're doing 27, so I just shut up and listen.
Captive Bred Flat Rock Scorpions, first in the UK for decades, says Tim. Awesome. Right, but that's going to be 6 p.m. UK time. Helen says Dead Man's Fingers is gorgeous. Oh no, he's on Jamison's. I don't know. I don't drink, so I ain't got a clue what Dead Man's Fingers would taste like.
Jameson, Black Barrel. Hey, cunt, you said you're going to bring that to the show. Fucking twat.
I think Dave's broke his internet.
Yeah. No, I think Camera Lady broke Dave. They're having a quickie before he joins back in. We're like, I've done some fairing while I was offline.
You might think that, Danielle, but I'm pretty sure he will. Tim disagrees.
Okay, it's mine.
Scorpions are the best, says Apex.
That's not very nice, Tim.
Let me just drop him a message.
I'll fucking bring a bottle to fucking C's and I'll fucking drink it in front of you and be like, fuck you, it's mine.
We've got a question about C's. They asked us if we were all going.
Yeah, I said yeah.
I'm working on a very small stand called CFTN, is it, Chris? Creatures from the north?
No,
I don't know if you've heard of them.
No, I've never heard of them. They're fucking probably shit anyway. Danielle, C's Hotel. Same hotel as the show. Best place ever. Getting pissed.
Just messaging.
Danielle wants to get drunk again.
I'm bringing Tara. We're coming down on the Saturday daytime. Going to take her out. Tim says, thought you was working on CFTN stuff. That's what I just said. Oh, he's messaging back. No, he's read it. I think Camera Lady's grabbed him for
Those are pairing.
For pairing.
No,
Dave's been back in a few minutes. He's just pairing with Camera Lady.
Yeah. Danielle, we can start at the bar, but then we're just going to move to the bottles, what we all have with us, and we'll just occupy the lobby like last year.
Phil's going to be reviewing scorpion husbandry guides for UK zoos. Awesome. Awesome. Charlotte, you got to come see.
Tim, shh. Don't
we're going up on the Saturday. I think we're going to book not the actual event hotel, but the one across the road. It's only like 60 quid for a double room. Noah says Dave's getting sexy time on. I think him and Camera Lady are getting. Yeah, I think they're doing a pairing attempt. Yeah, that premiere. Danielle's going to that one as well. But the way I've kind of managed to get to Seas is by saying to the wife, "Oh no, we can go for a little holiday down there for an overnighter without the kids," and she's gone, "Oh yeah, okay." But yes. Do. Have you done any pairing off camera recently, Chris? We've just been busy.
Always. I'm always pairing. I'm always pairing. I keep getting mocks about males, so I just fucking chuck them in and fucking sort them out. I don't even know what fucking
Chimpy. Our CFTN selling the mystery boxes to moaning YouTube creators. So that was because there was a channel, a smaller channel. I don't think the guy's been keeping very long. He bought a couple of mystery boxes from CFTN, and then he made a statement on that channel saying, I think with the likes of Scott and Dave and theirs, they put extra shit in or something like that. And that bit made me laugh because I thought, have you ever tried getting anything for free from Rad from CFTN? You got more chance of getting blood out of a stone. But I don't think that guy realised what spiders he had and the value of them at all. I think he was just disappointed because he didn't get 1,000 spiders in there. Dave's laptop is from the Flintstones era, and I think he's finally ground to a halt. Maybe they're just taking the mouse out the back and swapping it. Tarantula J, just give Chris some Kit Kats to get extras.
Hey! Don't give out the secret.
Yeah. What Rad doesn't know is if you do want something particular, Chris will have a little look and see what he can do with the mystery box for you. But just don't let on to Rad, for God's sake. He was like, Scott gets better boxes, and he was annoyed with doubles. Yeah, but I just go, oh, ask Chris. Chris will tell you what I do with a mystery box. I'll have that one, please, mate. Okay. Dave says, saw it in my computer with a smiley, laughing face.
Tell him to stop pairing and fucking get back on.
That's what he's doing, isn't it? Camera lady's gone, oh, I love it when you're on the stream and I've got you on the big telly.
Send him a voice note and put it to computer. I'll tell him what to do. Tell me. Oh, there he is. Did you stop pairing with Camera Lady?
That was quick.
For some reason or other, I'm not quite sure if my computer went into update mode.
We know what happened. Camera Lady's got you on the big telly downstairs, and she's come upstairs, switched the internet off, and gone, I love it when you're on the big telly, Dave, talking spiders. I tell you what, you were gone for about at least 3 minutes. That's quicker than me. Longer than me.
What can I say? It's all about the age. Oh,
Dave
dear.
went into overdrive.
Yeah, that's it. I said, I'm busy. Go away. Right.
Camera Lady was drumming. Dave's not pairing.
Bloody bad.
It wasn't actually the internet shaking. It was the whole fucking table.
Amy's Webb did say earlier that she's got a few spiders for sale. She's getting rid of a couple of spiders.
Send me a list, Amy.
Yeah, she's in the WhatsApp chat if anybody wants to get hold of her.
Yeah, send me the list.
Foggy glasses is the giveaway, says Chimpy. Hold on, that.
Yeah. I can't even remember what the bloody hell we was talking about.
They are Chimpy, they're foggy as well, aren't they? Look. They are foggy.
Oh, yeah, look.
Dave's looking a lot crispier now.
Yeah, we're back on full now.
Just while Dave's had a little break with Camera Lady, Is there any comments that we've missed? That there was a question maybe that you wanted Dave to answer, and we've missed your question. You want to drop them into the comments now. We'll put them to him. Even if there's any risky ones, because I'll ask him anyway. I don't. You know. Dave,
Well,
are
you
you
always need a
planning
beer
on breeding your cane toads? Says Paul. T-shirts now or backwards, Dave.
I should have done that.
Oh, that would have been brilliant.
That is classic. I like that. That is good. What's that? Are you planning on breeding your cane toad? No, not really. I do want to. I do want to attempt the bullfrog. That's something I would like to do. Purely because I've not really heard of anyone ever doing it. So yeah, I'd like to try to do the bullfrog.
Davey, that question's been asked, and basically we just love all the spiders, all three of us, just every single one. Apex Ghosts, are you looking to do any more scorpion videos in the near future?
No, hold on. Before we carry on to this question, no, correct it. We don't like jumping spiders.
The inboxes are going to be going ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. I wouldn't say
It's not jumping spiders. It's the enclosures that people put them in.
You can't call camera lady a bullfrog.
Dave's not pairing now till the new year. 2030. But yeah, Apex Go. So you're looking to do any more scorpion videos in the near future?
Possibly. I think there's I've held off with a lot of new projects, and just new things to keep, you know, because sometimes it's nice just to keep something, you know, different. So yeah, I was rather taken with the there was a couple of nice ones at the last show that I quite liked. So yeah, I might well go for a few more. I'm liking the idea of these Swamadamis. I know Tim's into them.
He's got gravid females.
Yeah, so I like them. We were talking actually earlier on, and I sort of said to him that, you know, I gave up most of mine. I kept my emperors, so hopefully we'll do something with them when they mature out. But yeah, I would never say never. There's a lot can be done with them. I probably will end up with a few. What
Asian projects you got going on?
I'm not allowed to anymore. I'm married. No, I think any of the I like all the Asian arboreal stuff. A lot of that is right up my street. I like a lot of that. So I'd like to basically anything that I keep, I like to attempt to try and breed. So yeah, we'll give them a go.
The spider daughter says, how do you get rid of flies if they get into the enclosures?
I normally open the door and they fly back out again.
Yeah, they're normally in there when something's dead.
Just make sure
like live food or something.
Yeah.
It depends on what it is, because if it's the flies that come in with the crickets, they're different to the fungus gnats that you get in the soil.
Yeah.
So if it's the fungus gnats in the soil that you're thinking of, then normally what I do is I dry it out, then everything dies off, then I rehydrate it, that hatches any eggs that were in it, then I dry it out, and I just do it like that, and then eventually you do the full cycle, and then there's nothing left to lay eggs. But you must do the full cycle. So when you think you've got rid of them, you've probably still got eggs. So you need
the predatory mites, they would, you think they work well, but like Dave's saying, I think the predatory mites are there when the flies are larvae, but when the flies are eggs, I think the predatory mites start dying off because there's no food for them, and then they come back again. The flies come back again, which is the annoying thing.
You'll also find as well that the predatory mites aren't always the best thing for the fungus gnats. They're not. They're not the best way of killing them. So if you've got, I'll tell you one trick that works really, really well. If you're using Exoterra
Hey, Julie.
or Komodos or anything like that that's got a mesh top, if you get a fly paper, you can put a fly paper on your top of your mesh, and the flies will go straight up through the mesh and stick straight to your paper, and that will get rid of them real quick. And you just wipe them out real fast.
That is a bloody brilliant idea. It's so simple.
Yeah, because then obviously your spider can't gain access to it, so it's safe. But your flies will be attracted straight up to it.
I'm doing that in my roach bins. I line the sides of with the fly paper.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, I do the same thing in my bins. I tend to cut a strip of fly paper and then I stick it up onto the lid. So when I take the lid off, because all the flies go up on the lid, and and in that way,
put it around the lip as well. It works magic.
Yeah.
Because the fungus gnats, they like to run up the walls and they just stick to them. Replace them every few so often, and you get rid of them in no time.
Yeah. You'll find though with your roaches, your crickets, all that sort of stuff, a lot of the big explosions of them is coming through moisture.
Yeah.
So if you've got high humidity in your roaches and stuff like that, then you'll end up with outbreaks of flies.
The pumpkin patch inverts. When keeping fossorial species, can you control feeding to see them more often, like you do with the boreals?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I do it with all of mine. And this is one of the things I can never understand is, people say, oh, you're going to bought another pet hole. It's only a pet hole because 9 times out of 10, people throw food down the bleeding hole, so you never see your spider. And a lot of the time, your spiders are grossly overweight. So you never see them anyway, because they've got no reason to leave, which is what we were talking about earlier on about in the wild. If you've got no reason to leave, why would you? So, so yes, you can control the amount of feeding, which is something else that we want to cover a lot more in the new year regarding feeding, because I think feeding of our spiders and everything is quite outrageous how the majority of it goes about.
Andrew Smith says the same thing.
Does he?
Yeah, he says especially with the pokies, because obviously the Metallica, he found the second pocket of them, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But he said in the wild, the pokies are not as fat bodied as they are in captivity. They're a lot skinnier.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is something. I mean, you look at. I tell you what, as a really good example is the Theraphosas. You look at a lot of them when they come in; they're absolutely huge, where they've been fed massive big meals.
But again, biggest spiders in the world is how they get advertised. I mean, they're one of the biggest spiders. They're not the biggest spider. That's the
the huntsman's got the largest. There's
over in Australia.
Yeah,
I can't remember the scientific. If Jeremy's in chat, he'll know it.
Yeah, I know the one.
True spider. They're flipping youge.
Yeah.
But I think the issue is with the bigger spiders like that. Oh, it's a big spider. They grow massive. Yes, buy it off me. Thank you for your money. It's a massive spider. It'll grow big. So you're automatically thinking, oh, I've got to give it bigger prey. I've got to give it a lot more food than what I do my other spiders.
Yeah.
So instead of giving it like a large locust or something, I've seen people go in. Well, we'll get the triple XL locust, and we'll give him 4 or 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Or somebody said I can get frozen mice and give it one of them, so I'm going to do that this week, and then next week I'll give it 10 crickets, and the following week we'll go with frozen.
Yeah, it's I mean, this is something we've been trying to cover a lot over the last year.
I got that completely wrong. Cheers, Jeremy. Biggest spiders in the world. Jeremy Wild World. Jeremy does a lot of the true spider breeding. Various Holoconia species from Australia. The largest is Heteropoda maxima from Thailand.
Yeah.
I was convinced it's an Australian spider. Yeah. David Thompson, how is the new Beasties room coming along?
Yeah, it's coming along. It's been a bit slow. And this comes back to a little bit of what we were talking about earlier on about the goods and the bads of the year, and one of the hold-ups has actually just been life in general and working. As most of you know, I work full-time, so I have to fit this in around work and family and everything else. So it's been very, very tight of late in time, and I've just not had it. And then of course I'd made a major mistake. I was trying to be as efficient as possible, and I ordered the wrong size racking. So when I put it all up, it wasn't until I started putting my shelves up and I realised I was actually a shelf short because I hadn't got the extra long racking. So where I thought I'd save myself a few quid, I ended up costing me double. So because I had to go and buy the racking again to put it up. So I'm hoping to get all the racking and my bench and everything finished off this weekend, and then I'm going to reroute all of my shelving. So I've got all new shelving. That is all going to be individually heated, my shelving. So I'm going to come away from my room heating as such. So we're changing different things now.
Remember you talking about that before you even built the shed?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've been playing with for a long time, and it's something that I used to do a lot of in the reptile world. So it's not something that's sort of new to me. It's something I used to do, but for different reasons. And I want to incorporate it more into the spiders. So there's a lot of things that we're gonna change and do differently, and then we'll follow the progress of that as we go through. So I'm hoping that by the time we go back to work, my next day back, we finished today. My next day back is the 3rd of January, I think, or 2nd of January, is it? Straight after New Year's.
You're so lucky.
I'm hoping that period of time will give me enough time to start getting some of my spiders down into my room. And then once I start getting them down there, then we will start doing our videos from that room.
Chimpy, all the questions are in a queue. Once they are answered, I put the next one on, so don't worry about it.
Crack on. There we go. What we got?
Mathers and Shazza's Crazy Cornish Creatures. Awesome name. Says, hi, Scott, Dave, Chris. Do you know the temperature of the dancing earth tiger? We have one and we don't see but not much known about them, apparently.
Yeah, they're really easy going.
Well, what scientific name's that one? I don't know.
Oh, bloody hell. I had one for a while. I've had 3 actually. I've forgotten the bleeding name of them. But yeah, they're really easy going spiders. They're the
Utaitani.
Oh, the Utah Tarthani. So that'd be
Ornitopus. Ornithonos.
I've done a video on them.
What, 27 again? 27, 26?
Well, they said temperament, didn't they? Not temperature. Temperament.
Is it temperament?
Yeah. So they're pretty much like any other fossorial spider, to be fair. They're pretty
Mine's pretty chill.
Pretty steady, yeah. I've done a video on one of ours.
Never see it.
Ours is always out. Yeah, and ours is actually now taken up to living more arboreally than it is fossorial. So it's behaving more like an Asian arboreal. So yeah, but it's got the choice. It can do either. It can do whatever.
So I mean, I noticed that. I think we've had this. I think we mentioned this before. The Psalmopoeus genus will go down and up, and best of both worlds. Noah says, "Oh, awesome, Noah." Noah says, "Dave, some people want to meet their favorite author, artist, guitarist, musician, etc., etc. Me, I want to meet Uncle Dave. Hopefully, I'll get to the UK someday."
Well, if you manage to get to the UK, Noah, just message me, and yeah, you're welcome to come over and have a visit. Come and have some dinner. We'll sit down, have a bit of dinner and a beer. By the time you get over here, hopefully my koi pond will be in place and we can sit outside and just chill out for the evening.
I'll be there tomorrow, Dave.
Pumpkin patch inverts. Do you have any experience with Ephebopus, Cyan Nagathus, awful pronunciation of that one, or do you have a video on them?
Blue Fang, yes.
The blue fangs,
Yes,
yeah.
I have done a couple of videos.
Not Lindsay.
Yeah. Again, they're another relatively easy spider. They're not difficult. They can be temperamental as slings. Yeah, you need to stay on top of them as slings. But yeah,
Liz wants to have dinner with Dave.
Hey,
Liz wants to have dinner with Dave. Oh, that's what something you and Camera Lady could do.
What's that?
Well, in the summertime, literally go. If you can get to us, we'll have dinner, and you can do a big competition to see who wins. Let's say like a couple of quid to enter, and then the money can go to charity. We could raffle off an evening with Dave.
Well, yeah,
for charity. Just
that'd be a bit of fun, wouldn't
it? That's a yes, then.
It can't just be me. We've got to have other people as well. It'd be a bit of a boring raffle, wouldn't it? Just one winner.
What, got a good 20 odd people? All right.
No. I think we need like we'll have to get a group of people like yourselves, right? And then we could raffle each other off.
All right.
Yeah.
I hate people.
That sounds good.
That won't work.
Yeah. They'll have to make their way to me though.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds all right. That sounds pretty good. Sometime in summertime when it's still nice and warm, then we get a nice beer garden or something.
Yeah. That'd be a cool thing, wouldn't it? We'll have to have a think about it and see what we come up with.
You know, I ain't gonna forget that. What that means is we can raise a bit of money for a charity, like one of the mental health charities at the same time.
Dave?
Yeah.
Danielle says, Dave, I ain't paying for your dinner, mate.
And visit them.
I ain't paying for you, mate.
Rather than them come to here. Please.
Chimpy wants a spin on the Lady Susan.
Camera Lady.
No, she just said, how about someone in America or somewhere doing a raffle that we go to theirs?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Tarantula J, what has been the most unexpectedly defensive tarantula you have owned? Any made you sweat? Can't include Camera Lady.
Oh,
the wife's in chat. Hey, Tara.
Hello, Tara. I think I don't. Do you know what? I mentioned them earlier on. The huahini. You get a big female huahini, and they are. I've had them before now, where they literally just chilled as anything, and then others have been psychotic. They've just been absolutely full on, and I sort of look at them and I'm like, whoa, hang on a minute. I need to deal with you in a different way.
You don't look at it and go, oh, hang on a minute. You go, you little bastard.
Well, yeah.
I've said this before.
Camera Lady, edit that bit out.
We are actually going to be doing a video on one of a nice size female, and we're going to rehouse her. So she's in a box at the moment. So I want to get her into a tank. So we're going to get her rehoused. So we'll see how that one behaves.
The wife's got us on the big telly in the house.
Who has?
My wife.
You ain't getting lucky, Scott. Don't worry. She's not Camera Lady.
I'm all right. That was last night, Chris. So I'm done for another year now, probably.
Just sated.
That's me for another year or two.
What we got here then? A green femur. Interesting.
Emma says, has anyone successfully bred Phomictopus species? Just acquired a boyfriend for my lady spider green femur. Interested to know the experience of others. Phomictopus, Chris?
Wow.
Have you paired Phomictopus?
Cunt. They are the cunt.
I,
I've kept them, not bred them.
yeah, I don't think I've bred any.
I haven't had
Think-
sacks yet, but I have few paired.
The Phormictopus that I've got, or they have come from Brad at CFTN from Brad's breeding. So if you drop Brad a message, he might be able to help you.
Doubt it.
I wouldn't do too much with them, to be fair.
No,
I wouldn't.
I didn't do nothing either. They pair. They just
Yeah.
fucking cunts. The females are very happy to see the male. Very happy. So just be ready. Pretty much with all the Phormictopus are paired, it's the same fucking story.
Saying that, I think, yeah,
Just
I
quickly.
say my Cuban bronzes. I put them, and they weren't bad at all. My male's still going. He's been
They were quite decent. Yeah.
he's been in 3 times.
My both females wanted to kill that fucking man.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know why. They're fucking cunts. That's why I say they're fucking cunts.
Liz says, I want to get into breeding, but I don't know what to do with all the babies. Message Dave, message Chris. If you're in the WhatsApp chat, message, because there's sellers all over the place, and if you want to get rid of the babies, they will get sold in bulk.
Yeah, you can normally move stuff on in bulk. The downside always is you just got to hope that when you breed yours, whatever it might be, that there's no one else doing exactly the same thing at exactly the same time.
And the other thing is what you need to expect if you do breed them and you try to sell bulk, don't expect to get lots of money because
No.
sellers
Not in
will
bulk.
pay you pennies for them.
Well, this is the thing. If you're knocking out things like I don't know, LPs and stuff like that, there is no money in them. There is no money. So
I beg to disagree. I actually make so much money with curly hair slings.
yeah, you can. Yeah, but the thing is the problem is you need to be able to sit on them for a long time. So
Yeah,
it's like if you got a sack of like 600 or more, you're not going to get £5 each for them.
No.
You know,
The most I've got was £4 for slings in one pet shop. And they buy like 30, 40 at a time.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know why. That's the only shop for pays that. All the pet shops buy them for £1.50, £2. But that one shop, they pay me £4 a fucking sling. I'm like, fuck me, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that is really, really good.
I mean, generally, I'm doing very good with curly hair.
Generally speaking, things like anything like that's in large numbers. If you're looking at buying, 100 or more slings, if it's the real common stuff, I don't even look at them as individual prices. I'll just be turned around and say, well, I'll give you £80 for the sack, or £100 for the sack, whatever it might be, because it's a waste of time breaking them down. Because if you broke them down, they're probably worth 10p, 20p each. It's just like, and then of course, if you've got 3 or 4 other people all touting their sacks at the same time, you've got even less chance. So you've got to be looking at it realistically. And I think it's also, you see a lot of that with people's collections. When they decide to pack up the hobby or whatever, and they put their collection up for sale. I mean, I've seen a lot of it in the groups now. Some of the prices that people are asking for their spiders are phenomenal. And you're like, I just don't know where they're coming from.
But that goes back to the very start of the live when we were like, it's an adult and it's this big. So they assume it's an adult, and therefore they check online prices and go, well, it's bigger than that one, so I'm going to put an extra £100 on it, and they want top money.
Yeah. But
if it's a collection of spiders, you've got to sell it far less than what they're worth individually. That's for sure.
Yeah, you can't. If you, for argument's sake, you're sitting there and you've got, I don't know, 20 pokies, 20 adult pokies, and Spider Shop or, Creatures from the North, whoever, are selling them at £80, £90 each. You can't price them at that and say that's how much you want for the collection. It just doesn't work like that. What you're gaining, although you don't get full retail value, you get the option that you're actually getting rid of the whole thing at once. You're getting cash in your hand, and you ain't having to post it out, because 9 times out of 10, if it's me, I'll come and collect it. Yeah. So, but it has to be reflected. And also as well, if you're buying a collection, I know for when I buy collections, certain individuals I'll keep back for my own collection, and the surplus I sell on. So, and that's what pays for everything that's going along. You know, it pays for my new projects and things like that. But you can't expect when selling a collection to be getting retail prices. It's just not going to happen. What do people think of the backdrop? Cracking.
Oh, it's Moonlight Flower on Facebook is like a friend, but one of Tara's friends. Tara basically paid for it. It's all hand painted. But if you guys want any artwork or anything like that, go see her. It is higher end though, so they're not. She doesn't do it for cheap. This is 140 hours the lady spent on this backdrop, because it's like layers of paint built up. It's not just like just painted on, and it's all freehand as well.
Yeah, it's really nice. I like that.
I'll put a little video out for channel members to see it first, and then tonight's the first time it's actually in place where it's going to be from now on. Mark says, very envious of the beautiful species you get to import and raise. Here in Australia, it's illegal to import even from Thailand. I wish we could adjust the laws and keep a few different species. Yeah. But you can't get anything out of Australia either. Australia's borders are very much like, that's it.
It was always an interesting thing I remember from years ago with Australia and their laws. Even for us, like at the zoo, it was very difficult to actually procure anything from Australia or whatever. And one of the interesting things was back then, Australia's got a bird called a galah, which is like a small cockatoo, and they have them in plague proportions. Also, budgies. They have huge flocks of budgies doing immeasurable damage to crops and their local fauna. And now there is already income from all of them birds if they were to export, to the pet trade around the world and all the rest of it. But they won't. So they literally spend thousands culling them. And it's like, if they just change their laws a little bit. I mean, pretty much everything that's come out of Australia in the past, I don't know, probably the past 60 to 80 years has come out in someone's suitcase. Many of the birds, the animals, the reptiles, everything like that has been smuggled out by some keen person and then sold on the market. There's very, very little in Australia has ever come out legally. And it's, it's just one of them. So it's sort of like it begs the question, if some of these things relax their laws, then there would be less in the way of brown boxing. And this happens with all animals, not just small stuff like spiders. This happens with big animals, mammals, birds, reptiles. It's across the board, and it's almost like, I suppose in some respects it's a bit like drugs. You look at Amsterdam, how sort of lenient they are on their view on drugs. They get less hassles compared to our other countries that are really stringent. They suffer different problems.
There's people, because for those that might not know, my history is I'm clean off drugs now, just over 10 years. But the recovery community, there's people trying to follow Holland's example of legalizing a lot of drugs, and then having testing rooms and all this, that, and t'other. And what they found is the illegal imports have almost stopped because it's being produced in Holland in a safe environment and all the rest of it. Yeah. So I get that, yeah. But if you look at it this way, 90 to 95% of every species of spider that we've got in the UK would have been imported illegally to start with. Yeah. T. Celadonia's prime example.
This is the thing. It's like laws change attitudes. So when you look at let's just say like the pet trade in general, and the zoo world in general, you know, these were organisations that were built on collections from the wild. Everything came from the wild, and some of our most prominent naturalists of today have played a big part in bringing all of those species in. And this is one of the things that always makes me smile. You often get quite often the people that stand out as antis, you know, they're like anti-captive stuff. You see it a lot with big cats and things like that. Many of the people that have stood and campaigned about big cats being kept in captivity actually made their fortune out of big cats.
Prime example, David Attenborough.
Yeah, he was one of the main collectors for London Zoo.
Collectors.
Back in the day.
He also used to spearfish off the reefs to help destroy the reefs.
Yeah.
And then today, now he's an outstanding, you know, member of the kind of TV personality for the promotion of wildlife.
Well, yeah, because TV has become, you know, back when he started collecting animals, and that was what made his money. That was how he made his living. And then through that, he actually became into a TV program. And then from that, he then realised that, you know, or the BBC, they realised that they can actually make more money out of doing this than they can just solely collecting. So then he went from an animal collector traveling the world to then solely just reporting on animals around the world.
Do you think that's because the BBC, I mean, my opinion of the BBC is very low, obviously, but they probably saw, like you're saying, oh, we're making money here, but people's opinions are now changing from hunting and destroying the environment to protecting it. So if we steered a well-known personality in that direction,
I think it was I think with Attenborough, I think that the turning point was early TV. So we basically had no knowledge of the animal world outside of our own doorstep. You know, we didn't see anything, and this is where the youngsters
no internet again. No internet.
They're finding it quite hard to understand that we didn't know about other countries and things like that. You know, we never had, back when I was a kid, we didn't have the option of jumping on a plane and visiting a country because it was just too expensive, unless you were one of the fortunate people that had plenty of money. So he literally became a celebrity naturalist, you know, because of that early TV, and it was making money. You know, it was a good thing to be on. You know, that type of telly was the only window that we ever had. Like when I was a kid, it was what was it? What was the bloody program they done? Oh, can't think what the first Attenborough program was.
Was it the Natural World or something?
Something like that, yeah. Because he done the book as well. They done the book as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the books.
On the seas, if I remember right. I think the first one was on one of the seas.
I can't remember what.
Maybe the Barrier Reef or somewhere.
Yeah.
But like Dave was saying, is saying back then, when there was no internet, all your information came from the TV. So if you've got somebody like David Attenborough going to these places, documenting it all for the very first time, it must have been absolutely amazing, because you want to see the rainforest, just put it in on YouTube, and you can see it. You're there. You know what I mean? But back then, when you didn't have the option of Googling anything, and it was all on the telly, if channels 1, 2, or 3 or 4 would tell you when you're going to watch something, basically.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
that was it.
I mean, there's actually come in the comment there, Life on Earth.
Zoo Quest.
Zoo Quest was back in the days when they were collecting, and then Life on Earth was when they first started becoming a purely, you know, documentary animal program, like for naturalists. But yeah, it's a different thing. Zoo Quest actually originated from London Zoo's trips abroad to find and procure new animals for the zoo.
But at the same time, you can't hold somebody in the same light, unless it's something obviously the sinister and completely evil. You can't hold somebody in the same light from 20 odd years ago today.
In what you mean? Hold them responsible?
In the same light as David Attenborough kind of was out hunting animals in the wild for fun and all the rest of it, with his, doing the spearfishing competitions and stuff, and now he's promoting cleaning up the oceans and saving the planet and the rest of it. It's very similar to, like, judging myself from like 12 years ago when I was on drugs, involved in gangs and stuff like that, to where I am now. I'm wondering if it was the actual BBC that changed David Attenborough, or did David Attenborough kind of go, we're doing things a bit wrong?
I think it's I think it probably would have,
because didn't he own a lot of the BBC back then as well?
I don't know about that. I think he's literally he's only ever been an employee, I think, but I don't know, but I think he's only ever been an employee. But you're correct in what you're saying. You can't hold people responsible, because views and things have all changed, as they do over time. And this comes back to what we were saying before about old people in the hobby and that refuse to move with the times. They just want to stick with what they were doing 20, 30 years ago. At least with Attenborough, he's now changed what he was doing, and he's doing something totally different.
I've had to Google this. He's 98 years of age.
Yeah, he's getting on, isn't
he? Yeah. So I've just did a little Google. It says David Attenborough, head of the BBC, ? Attenborough was a senior manager at the BBC, having served as a controller of the BBC for 2, and director of programming for BBC television in the 60s and the 70s. So he would have had a bit of say what went on in the BBC then in the 60s and the 70s.
You've also got to remember, back in the 60s and the 70s, the BBC was still an embryonic stage of its lifetime. It was learning,
well, weren't they? Quite prestigious about that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was learning what it was and what it needed to do and what direction it was going in. So then, when you have someone like David Attenborough, who literally was the the presenter of animal productions. So who else would you ask? You'd be like, well, he's the guy that presents the shows. He now needs to be the manager, because there is no one else. There is no one else.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I think one of the, I mean, he's obviously had a, he's had a blessed life. He's traveled the world. He's lived a life that only, many of us could only ever dream of. And fair play to him. And he's done a big thing in much of it. But it also shows in some stages how bad things have come from it as well. Because it's like, you go back and you watch them old Life on Earth programs. The information they were giving you is so far out of place. It's unbelievable. I mean, what they're saying, crikey, some of them, they're sitting there explaining about certain animal behavior. And you look at it and you think, oh, my God, you couldn't be further from the truth.
Sharks were the most evil thing on the planet, weren't they, back then?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, because the knowledge was so new, and all you ever really had was, at the time, would have been his interpretation of what that was.
It's almost like an educational guess to the education of the time.
Yeah.
So he was looking on his predecessors, and that information was obviously limited. I think in 2024, I think we're very privileged to the amount of information that we've now got.
Oh, hugely. I mean, the funny thing is, he's saying about that, right? One of the biggest nuggets of information that he spouted out back on the Life on Earth was how all the female spiders ate the males, because that's how they produced the sac. They needed to have the nourishment from that male. Well, what a load of codswallop that is. But you know what? It's still, today, it is so difficult to get people to understand it's different. They don't eat them because they bloody need them. If you go back and look at them programs, and they'd see 2 spiders getting it on, and then all of a sudden, bang, she's eating him, and it's like, yes, that's because she's going to be holed up in her burrow now for the next 6 months while she produces her eggs and the babies, and that he has fed the next generation. you couldn't get it any further from the truth. But we still believe it as gospel. It's so difficult. When we put up pairing videos the other year, and I put on there, we had a 97% success rate with our males. That's 97% of all the males that we paired survived to mate again or go on to another person. So if you believe David Attenborough, every one of them males should have died first time round.
Surely, if the female eats the male, it's not going to do her any harm. All those nutrients and everything are going into the female and then going into the slings.
No, it's
But
not.
The question is, does she need to absorb that in order to make the egg sac? No.
No, the problem was it made everyone believe that every time a male met that first female, that was his last. That was his doom.
Yeah.
It's not the case. It's not the case. But we are still now, what, 50 years on, 40, 50 years on, still trying to get people to understand that that is not the bloody case. It's like all the old books. People
it's got to be because
on...
David Attenborough said it. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And this is why I always say on every video that I do is watch everybody's video on that particular spider, because there might be even I mean, David will agree, there's things that even the likes of ourselves miss.
Yeah.
And then
all the time.
Somebody else might go, what I've noticed about this spider is this, this, and this. And I'll watch that video and go, oh fuck yeah, they're right.
Yeah.
They're absolutely right, and I didn't mention it.
I think it's and this is what we were saying earlier on before my computer packed up. I always say to people, you should get your information from a rounded group of people.
Yeah.
The only thing I follow that up with is whoever you're going to listen to or take advice from, do your research and make sure that they actually have done what they're talking about. Because quite often on social media, there's an awful lot of opinion, but it's not backed by very much. And unfortunately, a lot of newcomers will, they'll hook onto someone and go, oh yeah, they're really good. But they don't actually realize that person's never really done anything. But they got a lot of information. So you have to be careful.
I mean, Ling will know exactly what I'm talking about, but there's people on TikTok that have been in the hobby a year, but because they've done what we were on about earlier, they've gone from having no tarantulas to having 50 or 60 overnight, their followers automatically go, well, they must know everything. And you watch some of the TikToks and the information that's coming from them, and you think, the fuck have I just watched?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You're spouting on about educating the masses because the care and everything that we're doing is incorrect. Yet you're keeping spiders on this much substrate, or you're disturbing them incorrectly, or you're feeding them like near enough every day, the same spider every night. You know.
Yeah.
It's just like, fucking hell. It pisses me off because I think there's quite a few channels that take spider keeping on TikTok and they go, I wonder how many followers I can get.
Yeah.
How many followers can I get from doing this? Oh, that spider's just fucked up on this video. Oh, I'll do it. I'll say this instead. It's completely fine. And I'll watch and I'm like, oh, fucking God, you're giving me a headache. And one of the things that I said on the run up to Christmas was, here we fucking go, Christmas again. How many tarantulas can we stick around a Christmas tree or on a bauble? How many spiders can we pull out the enclosure and fucking stick on a bauble and go, oh, look, my spider says Merry Christmas. Yeah. And there is videos on that on TikTok, and I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Put it back where it's supposed to be and give that spider with its enclosure to somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing with it. And people like it. Well, they sit there on TikTok with a fucking spider here and the microphone like that.
Yeah. I think there's always...
I'm like, do you know what? Just fucking done with TikTok. I'm literally... My last video on TikTok was me trying hot sauces, and that's what I'm going to be doing, I think, more of on TikTok, because I'm just like, fuck it. Yeah.
I'll say I'm not on TikTok at all.
But you are. There's a fake account up.
Yeah, I know I've got a lot of accounts. Someone told me today there's about 10 accounts on my name at the moment. But I'm not. I'm not on there at all myself. I don't do anything.
Hey, Tina.
And it's just sort of. It's. I don't know. It's got its place. It does its thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just. And there's always going to be people that have completely different views on ways, and it's why I say, you know, I don't tell anybody that my way is the right way. You know, I do things that work for me, and hopefully, you know, maybe it work for you. You know, all you can do is try, but I just like sharing what I do, and if people want to take that on and give it a go, then all well and good, you know. But it's not the be all and end all, you know. This is the thing. I think this is what you were asking me earlier on, and it's not. Oh yes, it's nice to have people say nice things about you and appreciate, you know, your knowledge or what you do and bits and pieces. But it's not. This is where I think people can go wrong. You know, it's not. I make mistakes. I lose spiders. I do things wrong. I've been doing this a long time, and yet, even like I was saying earlier on, things like the arbicola, I always have a problem with arbicola. Can I work out why? No. You know, otherwise I wouldn't have a problem.
Nemesis species.
Yeah, yeah. So it's sort of never fall into that trap of sort of thinking you know it all, because you bloody well done. You know, every day I come in my room and I see something that either makes me ask a question or think about things differently. I might be doing something I might have done something for a year or two and everything's been fine, and then something else will click and I think, hang on a minute, why? Hang on, I'm going to change that. I'll do it slightly different way, and I might get a better result. Or I might end up going back to the old way because it wasn't as good as the old way. You know, there's always room for improvement. And everyone should be, you know, inspired to be better, to make things better and do better all the time. You should never sit back and think, I've got this cracked, because you haven't. You know, I've been lucky enough to work with people that have been in the animal world and that for many, many years, and people that are real top of their game. And all them people, without a doubt, all the ones worth knowing and talking to, have always come back and said the same thing to me. You know, you never know it all. There's always stuff to learn.
Shannon says, do you guys have a difference of opinions when it comes to setups?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think when it comes to an arboreal, we probably know that, you know, we set mine up arboreal, Dave will set up his arboreal. I might use a bit of moss, Dave might go fully planted. I might go fully planted, Dave might use a bit of moss. The biggest difference of opinion me and Dave have ever had, and I've apologised for this because I used to say, nah, that's bullshit, was, I think, one of Dave's very early videos of using soil from out the woods and using things from out the woods. And back then, I mean, this is like a long time ago. It must have been, what, seven years ago. I was still in the mindset of everything in the UK carries parasites, and if we put it into our enclosures, we have to sterilise it. We have to put bark in the oven and heat it up to 3 billion degrees and stones and everything, including putting the soil itself from out of the woods in the oven and cooking it. And it weren't till I spent a little bit of time with Dave, and I think we had this conversation on a live. And you open these and you listen properly, and you think, "Yeah, I'm very, very wrong, very, very wrong." I think I apologise to you about that on probably the first live we ever had about 3-4 years ago. But that was the only difference of opinion. I think we've got major difference of opinion we've had.
Yeah, I think it's.
I was quite happily educated.
It's all different. It's like anything, isn't it? If you've not done something, if you've not done something, or you know, it's outside of what your normal stuff is, then you should question it. You know, and you will have an opinion as to how you thought things were before that. You know, the difference is if you can look at it and be open-minded to change it, that's the difference. That's where you learn.
Noah's off because he's got a night shift, Dave.
Oh, good night, Noah. Take it easy, matey.
Apex Ghosts, mate. I love Lord of the Rings. I'll seldom give unguarded advice, for advice is dangerous gift, even from the wise to the wise, and all courses may run ill. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I think
but
you should always be open to learn stuff.
There's nothing wrong with having a difference of opinion, and I always think if I've got a difference of opinion to Dave on anything, a live is the best place for me to ask him as well as.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this is the dark thing. I think everything should be questioned. You
I think
should question stuff.
With you bringing Moss in from the wild, as literally, I've had so many beautiful afternoons with my two boys collecting moss, flipping rocks and flipping flipping bark over as well as, and seeing what's under there as well as collecting moss. That would never have happened if it weren't for your very first videos of literally going, you get your moss from out the wild. Where do you think you get your moss from? And just put it into your enclosure. Everything's fine. What's wrong?
I've been told to tell you not to forget about your challenge.
What?
I've been told to remind you not to forget about your challenge.
I'm not cuddling you.
No, I don't know. Ask Danielle what challenge.
Well, yeah, and I think since those early videos, and I know you got a lot of backlash off people, and now I see those same people going out collecting moss, putting it into their enclosures, and their enclosures look absolutely amazing. I mean, I've just got a fascination with mosses. It's just gone well out of control. I can't name it all. I just absolutely love walking on it. I love seeing it. 8 times its own weight it can hold in water, which is just amazing for humidity in our enclosures. It's living, it's breathing, far better than the dead sphagnum dark stuff that we used to buy in dried up packets. Get told, put water in it and then leave it for half an hour, put it in your enclosure and it will spring back to life. No, it fucking doesn't. But the stuff from the wild certainly does. And I just think it's fantastic when you get the sphagnum moss from the wild and you mix it up with a bit of the pincushion moss as well. It just, you can't get better than the UK moss when it comes to enclosures.
No, it's lovely stuff.
I mean, the other moss I'm in love with is the Spanish stuff, but that tends to like drape down off trees and stuff. I know the guys in America will see a ton of it around kind of Florida area. That is amazing. Yeah, Tara, the wife, she just said, Noah, he is obsessed with moss. He'll pick it up at school, put it in his pocket and bring it home and say, for Daddy's tarantulas or it's for his spider. If I put all the moss he's brought from school in his spider enclosure, my God, there'd be no room for substrate. There'd be no room for a spider in. But I mean, I know he's a proper little boy. He brings garden snails home from school, worms and all sorts. I'm like, let's go and put it in the garden.
That sounds like me when I was a kid.
We already had this discussion before about the moss, and I said I did it even before Dave put his videos out. Because for me, I'm a cheapskate. I was like, fuck me. If it's good enough for outside, it's good enough for fucking me.
Really right.
Well, I remember there was me, Chris, and Lewis going off the shows, going, Dave said this, Dave's done that, Dave's done the other, on literally with your videos. And then that's when I think that's where Chris and Lewis both realised that the Metallicas, I think it was, wasn't it, Chris, that they both had, we would have been brothers and sisters because they both got them from yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
This is like a long time back.
Yeah. I think it's I mean, crazy. I took a lot of hate over the old collecting from the wild. I took a lot of hate, and bearing in mind, I guess it was one of the very early YouTube videos. So no one. But the thing I found hard was I think, crikey, I'd done that video probably four years ago, something like that. And yet I was doing exactly that.
Hey, Gemma.
40 years before that.
Yeah.
You know, and it was sort of, I've always done it. I've always collected stuff for all my reptiles and my amphibians, everything. And it's,
I tell you the shit I get every time I have you on a live.
what's that?
Every single time somebody goes onto your Facebook, finds a picture of you with a deer and a shotgun, and goes, "Are you really having him on your live?" And I'm like, if you scroll back through my fucking Facebook, you'll see an air rifle and several dead rabbits next to me because I shot them and I ate them. Yeah. I didn't go to McDonald's and go, "Oh, actually, can I have a hamburger, please? Make sure you put a shitload of cow in that I've never seen slaughtered. And I don't know how it happened or anything. It just comes in neat packets." I was like, "Are you for fucking real?"
it's funny actually, because it's like, I mean, in part of my my job, this is the crazy thing. This is where people are very, very naive.
I would love to do that, Dave. I would love to do that with you, 100%.
It's one of them things. It was part of my job back when I was working on the nature reserves, back at the zoo, everything else. And this is where people are so naive. They all think it's fluffy rabbits and this, that, and the other. It's a whole different world. And so I used to do a lot of deer control and stuff, and a lot of vermin control generally, all through all sorts of stuff. And it's always been a big part of my life. You know, I've always done a lot of it. It's been a big part. But the difference comes, I mean, we used to go out like deer stalking for different farms and estates and what have you. And everything has its place and it has its meaning. And the only thing was like I used to say to landowners, there's different ways of doing different jobs, you know. So if you've got a deer problem, you can either eradicate that problem, or what I would prefer to do would be to manage that problem. So you have a
sustainable
an acceptable level of damage and a sustainable stock, and you can do both. And this is the problem. You see, people with no knowledge and no idea have very big opinions about things they know absolutely nothing about, and it becomes very difficult. When I first came on Facebook, I had exactly what you just mentioned there, and I tried to join a pokey group because I was like well into my pokies at the time, and I thought, oh, I was new to internet and all that, and I thought to myself, do you know what? It'd be nice to actually talk to these people. I've never been able to know much more about pokies other than what I'd done myself. So I thought, oh, that'd be cool. So I sent the invite off, and they came back and turned around and said, no, we looked into your profile, and you are not the sort of person we want in our group. And I was like, well, why? And they're like, well, you got a picture of you with a stag that you've obviously shot, and you got a smile on your face. I was like, well, yeah. I said, would you like me to explain what that photograph was and how that came about? And they're like, well, you're just, you're a callous, horrible human being. I'm like, well, how naive? Do I really want to associate with naive people like you? Not really, no. Do you know what? I have got, I am open-minded to anybody and anything. I don't care. And I will sit and have a debate with you all night long, provided you can give me good reason as to why your opinions are what they are. If you can give me a good argument, I will sit and debate with you all day long. And I might even agree with you, but don't come at me with no knowledge whatsoever.
Because if me and you, Dave, lived in America, we'd probably be going out every other weekend and shooting the odd buck and bringing it back. And I'll tell you, I mean, my freezer would be full of the stuff. It's meat. It's clean. It grew organically and everything else. What better food could you have?
I mean, it's like most people, especially regarding deer, most people don't realise that much of your insurance hikes in your car are put together because of road fatality deers and how that's bumped the insurance up in your cars. A lot of people, all they see is one thing. They've got no understanding or knowledge about anything that goes on behind it.
And that these days is This generation is one bunch of big snowflakes.
Well, you're right in a lot of ways there.
I think
But I find it very frustrating. I find naive, ignorant people very frustrating.
Snowflakes.
Yeah.
In one word, snowflakes.
Yeah.
Get upset
Exactly.
about things on the internet.
TGK2. And I'm with you. Says, I'll be honest, I don't understand killing of animals for the fun of it. Definitely, 100%. Absolutely.
When I was a kid, in my country, my dad was driving and he hit the deer. The car was a bit damaged. What we did is we tied the fucker up and we fucking made some nice fucking
Food.
meat out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they carry on to say, but I understand for killing animals for the proper reasons. 100%.
I put a roe deer out of its misery only yesterday, purely because someone had hit it with a car. I was driving down the road and I saw a deer run across the road in front of me, and straight away I slowed down because I'm thinking, where's the next one? Because they tend to be running 2s or 3s, roe deer, and it weren't there. As I went round the bend, there's standstill in the traffic. I'm in my lorry.
Exactly.
There's a car. There's a deer doing cartwheels in the middle of the road, and everyone is all parked up staring at it. Not one of them got out of their car to put it out of their misery. Not one of them knew what to do with it. You know, they're the same people that sit there and go, "How could you kill that animal? Oh, that lovely, sweet animal." Well, you know what I mean. It is completely busted up.
While they're eating a McDonald's. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, and I totally agree with TGK2. You know, there is no fun in killing animals, and you shouldn't be doing it, Fran. If you're getting fun out of it, and you shouldn't be doing it. You know, and I've always said this I've taught people to shoot, and I've done an awful lot of it in my past, and I always say the same thing to all of them. You know, if you're going to squeeze the trigger on something, you need to make sure that animal goes down in the best way possible. You do your utmost to be as humane as possible, and it doesn't matter whether it's a rat, a deer, or a pigeon. It all deserves the same amount of respect, you know. And I'm the first to have a go at even people that shoot. I've had people that have come out with me in the past, and they've just got no respect, and I literally just fuck them off. I'm not interested. You can jog on, you know. I'm not interested.
I've stopped shooting since they tightened up the airgun laws and stuff like that. So if you turn your rifle up, you're getting a lot of trouble. Yeah. But now that I can't turn it up, it's right down again. You shoot a pigeon, the pigeon's not going to die instantly. You shoot a rabbit, it's not going to die instantly. When we used to be able to turn them up, you know, the pellet would dispatch the animal instantly. But because it doesn't, I don't do it anymore. That's the only reason. Because you would have to shoot it once, and then you'd have to go after it, find out where it is, and then shoot it again. Unless you've got obviously a 12-bore license or something, but
the thing is, it's like you know, most of it is a necessity in one way or another, so it needs to be done, you know, and this is the sad fact, you know, certain things need to be controlled and they need to be dealt with. So, you know, the only thing that you can do is you just make sure that you do it in the best way possible. It's the same as this hobby and what we're doing here. You know, you shouldn't be keeping spiders unless you are doing your utmost to keep them the best way you possibly can. It's that simple. You just need to show respect. Have some respect. You know, it is that simple.
But I mean, I can't remember how old I was. I must have been. I remember to like the video if you want to see Dave back, get some likes on the stream. I remember years and years and years ago, I was speaking to a vegetarian and they were going, yeah, but where does your meat come from? And I was only about 14, 15. And I was like, I don't actually know. I know now because I went out and found out about it. And that's an education in itself. And nowadays, I'm very cautious of where you get meat, especially, you know, eggs and things like that from, because I want to know that animal has been looked after well and not factory raised, you know. But that I think if you are going to eat meat, then you should at least do some research into how animals are killed, kept, butchered, and everything else, you know.
Yeah, I think
Dave, if you don't succeed in your mission, Camera lady won't feed you anymore.
Oh, really? Well, you can tell camera lady if she wants that new pair of shoes she's after, she better sort my dinner out.
Emma says, I'm a lifelong vegetarian. I still can't understand why people put their hands up in horror about killing and preparing food, but are happy to eat a steak. People can be hypocritical. Exactly.
Oh, God, yeah.
Exactly.
I think it's one of them subjects that you could talk about all night. You know, it's just there's people that do and people that don't. Internet cutting coming.
I don't know anything about this challenge or whatever it is.
No,
they're being a bit secretive. It must be some. Yeah,
I don't know nothing either. I'm just passing the word.
You know what it is, don't you? You know what it is?
What?
Yeah. We got Danielle and Scott sitting in my living room, happily getting pissed, creating bloody havoc, and of course, camera lady in there not helping matters at all.
I'm surprised Danielle's not popped upstairs and put her head out.
Now they're probably sitting down there in their jimmies.
So Danielle and Scott they both run Portsmouth Tarantulas, so they don't live too far away from Dave at all.
No,
and they are awesome people.
We were over there the other weekend, and we've gone over there just as a bit of a social, you know, and we've gone over there, and then something was mentioned that was like, "Oh, you're on Scott's Live." I was like, "Yeah, Friday after work, yeah, be doing that," and then that was it. Oh well, we'll pop over. We'll see what's going on. We'll watch you on
So what
telly.
they've done is they've gone, we'll get camera lady pissed while Dave's upstairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they're down there rearranging my living room as we speak, drinking the bloody beer, and generally being a pain in the arse. So as you can see now, what I've got to put up with.
Danielle says, I told Dave I would behave this time. When does Danielle? She don't behave when she's sober, let alone when she's pissed.
Exactly. You've seen her at the shows. It's a waste of bloody time.
I'm blank with her.
Waste of time. So yeah. So here we are. Now, welcome to Dave's world.
What's the challenge though? We need to know what the challenge is.
I've been told to say certain words in the conversations.
Oh, just drop them out every now and again.
Yeah.
And you're failing miserably.
I'm failing miserably, yeah.
No, TJK too, like the trophy hunting of elephants and stuff. I think trophy hunting, I think we're all against that. Well, I think we know.
Well, this is another thing. As you know, elephants were a big part of my time.
Yeah.
Now, this is a weird thing, right? And I know a lot of people are really struggle to get their heads around this. But trophy hunting in places like Africa are actually beneficial. Trophy hunting in places like America are financial. So it's a different thing. Yeah. So when you look at...
do you mean like to the extent that trophy hunting stopped animals going extinct because people would actively try and breed them?
No, not so much that, because it's like if a population is managed, yeah, the only reason it's managed is because it's of a financial gain. Yeah. So if there is no financial gain, that population will die out. So when you're talking about things like elephants, which are poached, and they're taken for different reasons, if they are not protected, yeah, then they will die out. They will be wiped out. The only reason they are protected is because trophy hunters will pay big bucks to go out and shoot a trophy animal. You can't have a trophy animal unless you have a viable population. You can't have a viable population unless it's financially viable to something else. So this is where we come back to looking at conservation in general. Yeah, the big key conservation projects
As
generally,
shocking as it sounds, it's the truth, isn't it? You know,
yeah.
as shocking as nasty as it is, because Dave's got a far greater insight into hunting and stuff than what majority of us have.
So it's like if you look at why I say, like in America, things are more of a financial gain, because you can pay big bucks to go and shoot, say, an elk or a trophy whitetail or something like that. It's not in a population that's going to go extinct, but it is going to make money. So the landowners or the outfitters that are within that region, they can make big money out of that trophy hunting. It's totally different to trophy hunting in somewhere like Africa. So it's a very it is a contentious subject, but what makes it worse is like when we had I think it was last year or the year before, there was that dentist that shot a lion, wasn't there? And it was all over the news and all that sort of stuff. So that brought trophy hunting into ill repute, if you like. But what you got to realise is that animal that was shot was near the end of its life. The money that was procured through that animal will go back into providing more. With things like elephant, buffalo, stuff like that, they're all stripped and fed back into the economy, you know? So this is all stuff that's going on, which is saving people going out and doing it illegally, where there'd be no value in it whatsoever to anybody. So it's a real big, it's an economy, and it's a different thing. This is why in conservation all around the globe, animals that aren't publicly accepted or revered don't get saved.
Like spiders.
Yeah. So what? It's a spider. Couldn't give a damn if I never saw another one again. That's all you hear.
Hence,
But
there's
then when
only
they bring
two
out,
tiny pockets of Metallicas left in the wild.
yeah, no one cares. No one's interested. But then when you bring a Bengal tiger out, they're all, oh, look at that. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my God, there's only 1,000 left. We ought to do something about that. You know? And they're straight on it. So it's, you know, it's such a hypocritical world. Nothing is valued the same.
No.
It's all about, it's like koalas. You mention koalas, people start falling over themselves. Pandas, they're falling over themselves. It hasn't made us do any better at saving them. But do you know what? There's a ready revenue of cash coming forward to try. I mean, one of the biggest bugbears I've ever had in all of the animal stuff that I've been involved with is the red squirrel. We have put thousands upon thousands of pounds into red squirrel conservation, and I've played a big part in that over the years, doing reintroductions, breeding them, ready for reintroduction, all this sort of stuff. And you are absolutely wasting your time, you know. But you know what? Everyone loves a fluffy red squirrel, so they'll all put money into it. We are never ever going to reintroduce red squirrels unless we eradicate greys. But you know what? As Chris said earlier on, the snowflakes won't have it. They won't. Oh no, we can't kill a grey squirrel. Well, what do you want? Do you want to get rid of the invasive grey squirrel that never belonged here in the first place? It came from America. Or do you want to lose the red squirrel, which was our own squirrel? You know, you can't have it both ways. You can't have both things. One is a top of the food chain and the other one's halfway down it. You know, it will always get bullied out of its area by the stronger grey squirrel. But
us humans have made extinct so many animals. Yeah, it is sad.
Yeah. It's really, really difficult, and I think it's a shame that many of the opinions that float around animals and everything else are often come from sort of you know, either totally inadequate sources or from very, very naive, well-meaning people, but very naive people.
Shannon says, Dave, are you going to be doing more shows in the next year? You're not doing any next year, are you, Dave? I don't think.
No, I packed them all in.
No, packed up. So he's selling everything. That's it.
Give you 20 quid for the law.
Yeah.
I'll give you 25.
It's still
Welcome
got
now.
to mind you.
I'll be there before Chris.
No, I think we're
what
going
I
to.
do at the shows now. I offer him 20 quid for something stupid on his table, and when he doesn't sell it to me, I just take it and walk off.
Yeah.
And he doesn't see. And I just stand about 10 feet away with that spider in my hand, waiting for them to notice.
Problem is, though, I go back on their table and I keep seeing these odd boxes with green labels on them. I'm sure that bugger was mine.
You said it correctly. Was.
No, we booked in for all of the Invert UK tables. We booked in for their shows. The only ones we won't be doing is Glasgow, Wigan, and the Barnsley one.
Why not Barnsley?
I think you made a mistake with Barnsley.
Yeah,
They're too far
one.
away. They're too far away. They're looking. It's like nearly 5 hours away from me.
Barnsley's an amazing show. Amazing show.
Yeah, but it's too far.
5 hours for you.
Can't you get a hotel? Stay in a hotel.
What's it for Lynn when she goes from hers up to Scotland? About 12 hours, isn't it?
6 to
Yeah, but let's
mine,
face
Yes,
it.
Bart, you're right. Bart's been a channel member for 7 months, so still at work, so can't stay, but good evening all.
Yeah, but for Ling, Glasgow was 13 hours, I think. It was 6 or 7 to mine, and then another 6 from mine.
But let's face it, Ling's just crazy.
And
So we can't expect anything less from her, really. No, 5 hours is a bit too far for me, I'm afraid.
You're just old.
Yeah.
Can the lady drive?
Dave, you need to change your car to Tesla.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because then you can sleep and he can drive you up instead of you.
Yeah, I'm so old, I couldn't trust that.
That's coming out apparently in the next couple of years.
No, I couldn't trust that.
Self-driven vehicles.
A friend of mine has got I think it's a Hyundai, which is self-driving. And he tried it when he came and saw me last. He went home, and apparently I think it's like you can put it like on the motorway, and it will just regulate the speed with the traffic, and it will. Yeah, but I'm buggered if I'd let go of that steering wheel. I've seen too many crazy accidents.
My friend's got a 4x4 like it, and she says, "No, look, watch."
Actually, everyone, Osman just did a killer.
What's that?
Yeah,
he complain about the distance.
How many miles is it, Osman, from yours to BTS?
It's like a fucking 30 hours drive.
Now, how many miles? It's got to be, looking at thousands, aren't you?
Over 1,000, I'm guessing. Oh, no, shouldn't be. Around 1,000, yeah.
Yeah, my friend, she took her hands off the steering wheel, and her car lines up with the white lines of the motorway and keeps her in the centre. And then it reads the roads, so 800 miles, there you go. So as it gets closer to the car in front, it slows down and then maintains that gap.
Yeah.
Active cruise control, that's what it's called.
What Tesla are doing is you get into your car, tell it where you want to go, fold your arms, and it takes you.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that. Nah. Half the fun. I mean, I'll be
it's driving.
I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here, but half of the fun. I'm what you call a progressive driver. So
we've seen your BM. We know what you mean.
I'm always sort of like, on the go. I'm always on the move. So I couldn't just sit back and 30 mile an hour for the next 6 hours. Bollocks to that.
I've seen the car that you drive. That's obviously a progressive driving car. Yeah. And then I've been in a car with Chris, and I've seen his progressive driving.
Yeah.
Mate, that Chris drives a fucking 6-seater family car like it's a sports car.
Well, yeah, it's how it's supposed to be.
He gets it to behave like a sports car as well. It's quite like, this car ain't going to do that, Chris. It will. How did you do that?
Yeah. I think I'm trying to think now. The early mornings. I like the early mornings when we go to the shows.
Yeah, it's nice and quiet.
Quiet, you just float along.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just need to
you
need
got
to
it.
remember to
the
slow
best-
down before some yellow thingies
The
on the
best
side
thing
of the road
is-
because I forgot
Yeah.
one.
The best thing is when you're driving along, you get that little message saying, "Speed camera coming up. Speed
Yeah.
camera ahead." So, oh yeah, I'll check my speed. Oh shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The London show, because Ling, instead of going to Milton Keynes, ended up in Birmingham. I don't know how. She followed navigation. I don't know how.
She drove past Milton Keynes to get to Birmingham.
No,
This-
she doesn't.
this-
She didn't that way or that way. But I
This
know.
is why everything takes
Hey,
her
go on
12 hours.
And she was on the phone with me, and
Hmm.
I was talking to her, and then I put the phone down and was like, "Did I slow down before cameras?" And apparently I didn't because I received a fucking later.
Oh no!
Like, you fucker!
I can't afford anymore.
Well, for me,
Osman
luckily,
says best thing is foreign plates and leaving the country in a week's time. Just send it.
Yeah.
and they change the plates when you come back next time. I know people who do that. They change the plates when they leave the country. Fucking the fines never exist. But yeah, and luckily for me, with all the errors and everything, it ended up clocking me at 79. It wasn't
Whoa.
79. It wasn't 79. I got the speed awareness course. So now for 3 years, I need to be careful. And funny enough, I have videos of me doing over 3 digits from the next evening. Yeah.
We've got videos of Chris going around in circles in the snow and all sorts.
No.
With his window wipers gone the Blair. I've seen the snowy videos.
Spinning the car around, going like that, going for the octopus.
Gnat. Yeah. Oops.
Nah.
Well, if you have a
Nah,
car-
we
Yay!
you had that as well.
Yeah, we did.
I don't know what they're going on about now. I dread to think.
They've just cracked the day's little beasties safe you've got downstairs.
Yeah, probably.
They're like, oh, we can buy some decent whiskey now.
Yeah. 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 They just found his slush fund. I wouldn't mind, but I had to feed him as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
what they had?
We had a beef stew, dumplings, Brussels.
Oh,
Yeah.
good stuff.
Oh, it was lovely. Yeah, it was really nice. Bit of bread and butter with it. Yeah. And then they got a whole array of cakes and stuff down there as well.
So Scott and Danielle have come round going, oh, you're on Scott's Live. They've come round and they've gone, right, we'll have an hour, we'll have dinner. Then he'll fuck off. Then we'll drink all his beer and eat all his cakes.
Something like that, yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah. Do you know the worst of it? They're still going to be here in the morning.
Breakfast though, innit? Breakfast. You got an excuse to have a massive fry up in the morning.
Yeah. Probably
Dave's
been
like,
me
"No,
cooking
fuck
it.
that."
Yeah. I can't imagine them cooking it. They're all going to be hanging, aren't they? Guarantee it.
Me and the wife, we had a breakfast out today because we were doing Christmas shopping. She was like,
I
"You
saw the
hungry?"
pictures.
I was like, "Yeah."
I saw the pictures. It looked bloody lovely.
Oh, it was one of those.
Man, I've just had a really
One of those
horrible
calves
thought.
that don't put everything in the deep fat fryer when they cook it.
I just had a really horrible thought. Can you imagine getting up for a
Danielle, you're
piss in the
drunk.
middle of the night and passing Scott in Dan's 90? Passing on the landing. What the fuck?
Scott, why have you got a dog collar on? Why has Danielle got some rubber gloves on and why are you walking funny?
I was like, camera lady, lock the fucking door.
Camera lady be like, I'm doing my job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit.
We did offer to let them sleep in the beastie room. Yeah, the new one. because there ain't no beasties in there at the minute.
Oh no!
But it's
So you
warm.
keep them out in the shed.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't accept the offer, which was a bit unfortunate.
Danielle says, "Why are you coming downstairs to piss?" So he can bump into Scott in the night.
Oi, it's my fucking house. I piss where I like.
G's reptile. Oh no, I missed it. He said, "Oh, sorry, dude," or do that. And says, "Hello, Uncle Dave."
Who's it? Ah, geez, reptiles. Hello. See, look, we've gone now quiet on the old questions. That's good. Giving us a rest. Do I want to snuggle with Scott? Not really, no.
Hold on, which Scott? The fake beard
yeah,
or
there's
the-
two Scots. Danielle is married to a Scot. So Danielle and Scott from Portsmouth Tarantulas, not me. So Danielle and Scott from Portsmouth Tarantulas are at Dave's house tonight. Drinking all of Dave's beer while he's up here, while he's upstairs on the live stream.
Yeah, I've just got camera lady just come up to get me a new beer while there's still some left.
Did she manage to get up the stairs all right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I have to get in there quick because I know Scott's a bit. I like the old Tanglefoot and stuff, and we're on Doom Bar at the moment. So yeah, I know Scott's he's a bit prone to a bit of Doom Bar. He likes that. So he's getting quick while there's still some available.
Oh.
Yeah. So what we all at over the weekend then? More Christmas shopping?
I still haven't done mine.
I don't know if the wife's watching.
She is watching.
Is Horn Baboon a colour form of OBT? I don't know which baboon that is. I don't do the common names very well.
Osman answered.
But Osman says nope, and Osman is like the baboon master.
No.
I think he's got just about every baboon out there. I don't know. Jay's got to drive back tomorrow. To
Jay's
leave
behind
them
the corner.
back from Dudley. Oh, he's in Dudley this week doing a job. Classic Soph. Hi guys.
I wasn't doing
Moonlit
donuts
flower.
on the weekend.
Happy to see the backdrop looking very good. Glad you like it. Love it.
Crisps.
I'll get you some cookies.
Dave, classic Sophie in chat now. That's the lady that spent all that time on doing this backdrop.
All right. Classic soap, yeah?
Yeah, moonlit flower on Facebook.
Yeah, she'll take some credit for that. That's absolutely amazing.
Oh, I can't believe it looks so.
Link's driving to Leeds from Cornwall.
It looks so perfect.
Thank you. I think the
Camera lady.
I
have a complaint.
Hi Scott. Hi everybody.
I have a complaint.
Hey,
why Dave's head is not shiny?
I gave him a haircut and I buffed him off.
They've run out of Diddy oil.
I've got my jammies on.
That's fine. We've seen your jammies in the video.
Shut up, yes. He's such a tease.
The videos, that's not Dave's little beasties, is it? That's Dave's big beastie at OnlyFans.
I know, right? Yeah.
we're not going to talk about the OnlyFans page on here.
Can we talk about your OnlyFees page then?
You've only got one thing left for your challenge. You're on a good roll.
Oh, am I?
Just one?
Just one. Oh, yeah. Brought me crisps up. Sitting up there bleeding starving.
So nice cheese.
I absolutely love it, so thank you very, very much.
It's very cool.
She also
nice.
and hand painted that one as well.
Oh yeah.
But I can't. It's just the camera doesn't do this stuff enough justice.
Do you know what I like about it?
Really doesn't.
I like the imagination that was behind it. I mean, what actually what makes you think of that design? Do you know what I mean? I like the imagination behind the design.
I don't know.
Well, I think it's really, really cool. I really like it.
I've always liked. Do you know when you go past like Turkish hairdressers, and some of them have got the skull with the beard,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought that's for me. That's just for me. It's obviously got the beard, but the skull is very much for me like the rock and metal type of the background and that
Yeah.
rebellious side of me that I've had all my life. So that's very much that.
Oh, that's really cool.
So
I think it's smart. Yeah. A lot of
But
work went into that.
the beard glows up under UV, and then so does the neon strip that goes around it.
Hmm. So is that so that'll be glowing when you turn the lights and everything out? That'll still be glowing.
I haven't got the UV lights upon it.
Ah, right. How are you getting on in your new room now? You all settled in that?
Just about. I want to change the racking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to go to what you've got just over your right shoulder.
What's that?
The
Oh, what? Oh, here.
the same type of racking that you use. Yeah, I've always wanted to use it, but I'm very nervous about putting something like that up on the wall and then putting that much weight on it.
No, it holds
So
phenomenal amount of weight.
I've got different enclosures, all different shapes and sizes. So this year is going to be trying to get everything uniform and get that on the walls, I think.
Yeah. So you've got are your walls wooden or brick?
Brick.
Yeah.
Double skinned.
Yeah, just screw straight direct.
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised that racking on my racking, you could put a shelf on there and you could sit all three of us on that shelf. It wouldn't budge.
The pink is fluorescent and the beard is UV. I couldn't get the UV paint to go through the new airbrush, so I had to go fluorescent instead. There you go.
Very smart.
So this bit's fluorescent and the beard's UV.
Yeah, that's very cool.
But like I said, the camera don't do it justice at all. At all.
You find that when you're doing your videos, don't you? Your camera don't bring out the best in your spiders.
No, not one bit.
No.
Not one bit. There is settings on the camera that I've got, but I don't fucking know. I keep thinking. I contacted the university because people do audio visual and just said like, is anybody available just to have a chat or set my camera up for me? And I never heard nothing back. And I said, look, I do YouTube in Coventry. I tried to big it up a little bit. I said, look, it's all on spiders in Coventry based. Would anybody? But I didn't hear nothing.
No,
you don't just set the camera up. Everything needs to be changed all the time.
You can do it because you can have like memory 1 and 2. So I can have like.
No, but you need to change the ISOs and all that bollocks. Fucking every time you fucking take a picture, it's
no, you do
not
the
that
videos. Aperture priority on, ISO auto, and then you're almost there. But
you need to set those manually. You can't have auto.
Yeah, you can. It's 2024, remember, Chris? These things have come forward a lot.
And that's why fucking professional photographies look better, because they don't fucking do it on auto. They fucking do it manually. And that's why you hire somebody to do your photos on your wedding. Because when you're looking at an auto, the fucking pictures look shit.
When you're looking at professional photography, like macro pictures, you got the lighting perfect, but then that's about 1,000 pictures all stacked on top of each other. It's instead of one video. Do you know what I mean?
You're talking with somebody whose relatives are fucking professional photographers.
Well, come and set my fucker up then.
Not fucking doing shit.
Oh no, I'm not doing that. Exactly.
I ain't doing shit.
Yeah, DMC says if the lighting isn't good, then the camera won't do much.
Yeah.
Well, we changed. I've put specific lighting in the new room, so it's gonna, hopefully should alleviate that now.
That's what I've got in here, like solid LED white light.
Mm-hmm.
These are off Amazon, but they're like strip lights. But they've got like almost like a disperser over the top of them anyway.
Yep. Diffuser.
So it just diffuser. That's the one.
Mm.
But my standalone light, I need to upgrade that.
Yeah, we've gone for in the new room. We've got sunken lighting. In the ceiling. And then I'll put extra ones above the desk, which are on a different circuit. So we can have normal room lights, or we can have the desk lights and flick them on like that. So hopefully it'll change the actual overall look.
Question for everyone: dream invert or reptile? Probably one of the largest centipedes for me.
I would like to. I'd like to get a pair of real high-end Amazon basin boas and breed them. I've not bred them before, so I'd like to breed them. I've bred a lot of the other boas.
TGK2 says, time to call it a night. Take care, be safe all. Have a great Christmas and New Year. Have a great Christmas yourself, Mum.
Good night. Have a good Christmas.
Again, the WhatsApp chat link is literally in the pinned comment on the comment section if you want to come over into the WhatsApp group. Dave's in there. Howling
Don't say a lot.
Chomping on his knob is nuts. The WhatsApp group is over 18. Dirty Corn. Love that name. I use an 85mm times 5 macro lens that does really well for me, and I'm a new photographer that just wanted to take shots of tarantulas. ISO 100, aperture 8, and flash on 1/16. Power sometimes 1/8 does good. Scott, a few years no, I didn't. Chimpy says, Scott, a few years ago you had Tarantula Collective over. Ever tempted to see if Tom Moran fancies a trip? No, that wasn't me. That was the Invert shows got Richard over from America for the first London show. I just asked if he wanted to come on alive, and he said yeah, because it promoted him along the way, type of thing. And all part of his England trip. We've had Tom Moran on alive. Tom Moran's probably the hardest person on the planet to try and get hold of. He did come on alive.
Right, beautifuls. I'm gonna shoot as well because I'm fucking knackered.
What's the growing rate for a T Caledonia sling, if any are available at the moment?
Around between 80 and 100 quid.
CFTN got any?
Not sure. We did have
If
if
CFTN ain't got any, then if you do a Facebook search for Jack Bevan.
Yeah. Right, beautifuls. I am off. Good night, you two.
Good night, Chris. Chris, let me know if you can do Christmas Day.
I'll let you know. I don't know what's fucking happening either. I haven't looked in the schedule book yet. That's how. Osman, that's UK. Jack Bevan sells them for fucking around 80, 90 quid, depending, for slings. And then,
it all depends on how many is available at the time. Depends on how much they cost.
PSS usually goes for 100, and Rad sells them for 120, I think. So it really depends on fucking what's around. Jack is the cheapest usually, who goes for 80-ish, and then
Chimpy's
everyone
off
else
as well.
Is around roughly 100 to 120.
Chimpy says, cracking live, a fantastic Christmas, Dave, Scott, and Chris, and everybody.
Merry Christmas, everyone, and I'll see you.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Probably. Bye-bye.
Christmas Day.
Take it easy, bud. 6 p.m. onwards.
You're going to be on, bastard.
You better be there.
Only if you're going to be there.
I'll be there. There you go.
With camera lady.
Yeah, she'll be there. Yeah.
Okay, then. Sounds like a plan then. You see you Christmas Day then.
We will
Take care,
see you then.
everyone.
Take
See you
care.
later, Chris. Take care.
Hello, mate.
Chris is also one of the admins on the WhatsApp group. Emma's just joined the WhatsApp group. I don't have any friends that keep tarantulas, so it would be good to know others. We don't accept any drama either. If people start arguing, we just remove them or just have a quick word. But please bear in mind that admins can't be active 24 hours a day, 7 days of the week.
Yeah.
So we try to keep it as nice as we can in there. If anybody has issues with anybody else, you don't bring it to that group because I don't do drama. It was my head in.
No. Keep it clean.
Yeah. There's a general chat, there's chat for tarantulas, there's chats for all sorts of little different parts. There's also one for things for sale. We've got raffle group in there and all sorts. It's pretty cool. When weather is better, I'll see if I can get some to bring to the UK, says Osmeister.
Yee.
Ooh.
Be the man.
Charlotte, I've got work I've got a work meeting in 5, so I'll have to go. Have a good night all night, Charlotte. Take care.
Good night.
Remember, come to Seas.
Are you going to Seas, are you?
Yeah.
I'm
Tim
not
asked
doing Seas.
if I'd give hand on CFTN, so I was like,
Oh.
yeah, go on, man. But
Yeah, why not?
I've already chatted to the wife, and it's going to be the first time that we actually go down and have a hotel together. I think I've only done a hotel once before, last year with Seas, with CFTN again. But this year I'm going to take Tara down, and we're going to get down there about midday, go wander around Ashford and what have you, and
Nice.
make
a bit of a day of it.
Yeah, probably meet you lot up for dinner at night time, and then crack on with the Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not going to Seas this year.
I've got the Friday off work and the Monday off work, so no rush in getting home on the Sunday.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah.
You got anything you're looking for while you're there?
Probably enclosures.
Yeah.
Because I've still got quite a few acrylics that I want to move spiders from and into, and I want to get, instead of having enclosures like this here, there, and everywhere where I've bought them second hand over the years, I want to try and get them all a bit more uniform this year, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Sargent's going to be bringing some of his famous jam to Seas.
Yeah, look.
Cheap mango, that one.
I don't know if you can see this, but this is about a third of the exos that I've got empty at the minute. See them?
Bloody hell.
Hang on. Yeah, there you go. That's about a third of what I got. Not counting all the ones that are in this room that are full. That shed that you can see on the left-hand side of the picture there, that's full of them as well.
Jesus, Scott Hudson says, give us some.
Yeah, the worst of it is we've got to clean all of them before we can use them. So they've all got to be cleaned, sorted out, and then I'm hoping to get the majority of them over this Christmas. Yeah, start using some of them.
Is that from your old place then?
Yeah.
You not got rid of that one yet?
What's that?
Your old place.
What do you mean? Got rid of what?
Oh no. Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused. I got a bit confused.
What are you on?
Mark, just joined the WhatsApp chats. Thanks for a great few hours, guys. Dave Scott, please never stop the awesome work you guys do. Love from Australia.
Ah, thank you.
It's only done because you guys watch it.
That's it. Exactly that.
Do you know what I mean?
It's the only thing that makes it all work. Ah, Mark Tatty. Yes, I know that name. Yes, I know that name. I have actually, I believe, sent him a calendar.
He did say, sorry, Mark. He did say thanks for the gifts earlier in the chat.
Ah,
and I was going to mention it, and then, well,
oh, I'm glad he got them.
Forgot.
Yeah, I'm glad he got them. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we have a quite a few subscribers in Australia, and yeah, we send quite a bit of stuff over there, merch wise. You know, different bits and pieces. Yeah.
I've got a friend from school that lives over there. He was one of the judo champions back in the 90s. Haven't seen him since school, but what I remember, I mean, we've chatted obviously on the internet a few times since then, but just one of these guys that did the judo and that, but was so kind-hearted and such a lovely guy. And still is, like, he's a really nice bloke. But he was saying, like, he's not a huge fan of spiders, but he sent me a couple of pictures, and he said, like, he says, I keep these he says, you don't like the spiders, but in these garage, these great big massive huntsmen like this, he said he keeps them, he won't get rid of them. And he went, it's because they feed on the redbacks.
Yeah.
So that if his kid goes, if his son goes into the garage or something, there's no redbacks because those spiders have already eliminated them.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, like, everybody always says, like, Australia, you know, it must be difficult living there with the wildlife. And he says, yeah, he says sometimes you have to phone up like the park warden or whatever to come and remove, you know, some animal from your swimming pool. So like one of the crocodiles or something.
I'd love all that. I'll be in there.
Oh, I'll watch a couple of the American YouTubers, some that like spend a lot of time out in the wild, and the pictures of like the crocodiles and the videos of the alligators. Sorry, it's just like, wow. I mean, this guy's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's an old forestry land where he's at. So there's a culvert going underneath the road, and the water's flowing off what normally is like tree land. He said it's all flowing because the amount of rain that they had a few months ago, and it's been dry since then, but all the water's still coming through. And the water was absolutely crystal clear, and there were just like bunches and bunches of like green plants growing in it and everything. And then he showed you this like 4-foot alligator, and then he put a camera on a stick to put it in the water near the alligator. He had thousands and thousands of baby fish about this big just swimming around the alligator, and there was fish like this, absolutely packed. And I'm thinking, Jesus, if I did that in a Coventry canal, there'd probably be 2 condoms and a needle. Do you know what I mean?
It's different though, isn't it? I think if you like out in Australia, there's parts of Australia just like you just don't see any people, do they? Do you know what I mean? It's such a vast place. I think so much of it is sort of relatively untouched.
I was chatting to Rad Seas last year actually, and because Rad's travelled a lot, he said you think you're led to believe that the world's overpopulated. He said, but it's not by a long shot. He said in Borneo, because he owns a lot of land in Borneo and what have you, he says you can drive for a week through the jungle and not see a single person. He went, it's that big. He says you can't. He says unless you've been, you can't really comprehend it or flew over it. He said that he reckons like the vast amount of trees and everything is absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, so I went to a few years back now. I went to Argentina, to Cordoba, and it was the same there. I mean, they literally, it's like the roads don't have bends in them. They just go straight for miles, you know, and it's uncanny. It's just so vast, and you travel like, you know, it's nothing unusual to travel a couple of hours just to get somewhere, and you don't see nothing in between.
Well, this is
just open land.
The roads, I think, in the UK, this is where we've gone wrong. Because horse and cart days, they used to go round ponds and round trees and stuff like that, and we ended up with roads that do this.
Yeah.
Instead of having a straight road. So half our journeys take twice as long because we're doing this instead of just going.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with your job, you're probably privy to seeing a lot of the country roads like I am and going, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
You're doing this for about an hour.
Well, I had some bloody pillock take out. I just had a water bowl move behind me. I'm like, what the hell was that? Yeah, I think it's like what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I had some pillock take me wing mirror out today in the lorry. Coming down a tight lane, a lorry came the other way, bowling through, and yeah, literally just smashed the mirrors clean out. Took it clean off. I was like, whoa. That went with a bang.
I've dented the rear doors on the work van.
Oh really?
It was immaculate as well. I keep it clean. I keep the interior clean. My dashboard's absolutely shining, and I work a lot of the time. I'm in the mud, so like I'll sit on my seat, take my muddy boots off, put them on the pad, put my trainers on to drive. Keep it nice and clean. That's how I like it. What happened was, as I've parked into this particular site, this geezer in a big massive dumper parked immediately behind me. But where the digger was, the digger driver's gone, oh mate, you need to go back a little bit. So I put it in reverse, moved that far, and hit the fucking front end of this dumper.
Oh man.
And I've gone out and chatting to this guy in the dumper, and he just got back in it and he went, oh, I'll see you later, reversed, and then fucked off. And I thought, why did you even park there in the fucking first place?
Yeah, right.
I mean, my fault, I should have checked and everything, but
yeah,
that's just the way it goes. Julian, Scott, has Rad ever been on a live? He was the person who got me into inverts when we first started. No. I've asked him, he won't do one. It was difficult enough for him to agree to get the information out there, the fact that he bought some of the Borneo rainforest to keep it preserved, let alone anything else. He's quite a private guy. Yeah, he didn't, because I said to him a few years ago, why do you tell people that you own like a lot of the land, a lot of Borneo rainforest? And the man has built a school for one of the villages over there. He's brought electric to that village and all sorts. He owns mountain ranges so nobody can build on it. Chinese people try and buy it off him because they want the land to develop on and all sorts. He won't sell it because he wants it in preservation. And it took a long time for us to get him to agree to put a little bit of the information out. And Ling actually did a little bit on, I think it was a Bristol show, on the Inverts channel. She was allowed to speak about it a little bit. But yeah, he's not a fan of people, but conservation, yeah.
I think
I
think Rad is one of them, he's quite misunderstood.
Cultural difference, that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of time for Rad. I like Rad a lot. And I mean, ever since I sort of like was doing the shows, and even before that, we used to talk and what have you. And yeah, he's sound. You know what I mean? He's a lovely guy, and I think he's just misunderstood a lot of the time. If you actually sit down and talk to him, you get a lot of sense out of him. Yeah,
he's a lot of time with him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy to sit and chat to, especially about spiders. He knows his spiders.
Oh my god! Yeah, does he? Scott says, what were your guys' first inverts? His was a ageniculata.
Ooh, Smithy for me.
Mine was, I was given an LP and a Calcodes by a lad that was being thrown out of home, and he said his parents were just going to leave him on the drive. And I went and picked him up. Never had a spider before in my life. Had them for about 3 weeks, and then bought an OBT from the local pet shop. A really good pet shop who gave me a ton of advice on it, and then that was that.
Yeah,
I got a lot of time for Rad. A lot of time.
Yeah, I have. I like him a lot. I think it's I tell you what. Do you know what it is? I like no nonsense people. I like people that just say it as it is. They don't pussyfoot around me. I don't like that. I like people just to be straight and up front, and that's exactly what Rad is. He's sound.
Being misunderstood is a common thing for people whose first language isn't English, says Osman.
Yeah, probably.
I agree with that. And apologies if that upset you as well. It certainly weren't meant to. I think. I mean, you know, he made a few mistakes. Rad made a few mistakes in packing and stuff when he first started out, but I think he's ahead of the game now.
Well, it's like anything, isn't it?
Packaging is second to none.
Yeah, but I mean, it's people learn, don't they, as they go along? You know,
Yeah.
they rechange things and all the rest of it. Who did that? What upset who?
The amount of time Rod spent messaging me over spiders is lovely. She said, "People get offended with how blunt Rad is, but at least you know where you stand."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried to get. I think with the help of Ling and Chris, I think we're probably a little bit closer to getting a 30-second interview with him on one of the videos at the shows than what we've ever been. But yeah, maybe one day we'll see.
Look at this pair of fucking losers. Look. Can you see them? You see, this is what alcohol does to people in my house. My God. What are they like? But no, I think he's. I say, if you want to sort of take the time to find out, you know, he's a good, genuine guy.
It's good lad. He helped me out when I first got into the hobby. A lot. He did spend a long time chatting about spiders and stuff like that. The adult female Emernia that I've had the babies off, that originally came from him. A couple of my Phemictopus did. Yeah.
I think it's like I said, it's when I used to go and speak to him, just, you know, little bits when I used to just go to the shows, do the shows. And but then I remember the very first show I'd done, which would have been 2 years ago, and it was Taunton. And yeah, I mean, he literally came out of nowhere, and he was just so welcoming, and, you know, made a point of coming over and seeing, and make sure we were all okay and all of that. And he had no need to do that. There was no reason for him to do that at all, you know. And he literally he made a big point, and he has done every show ever since, you know. And I often go over and have a chat with him, or he'll come over in the show and he'll come behind us on the table, and, you know, he'll stand and have a chat with us. And it's and do you know what I like is, it's like he had absolutely no reason to ever do any of that, apart from the fact that he just genuinely wanted to.
Every show.
And I think that is so good.
Every show, I'll go behind the back of his table to do a bit of filming, because he's generally in a good spot, so I can film everything. He never says, "You're not allowed back here." He's got every right to say.
Yeah.
He's got every right in the world to say, "You're not coming behind the back of my stand."
Yeah.
But no, he'll say something to take the piss. Obviously, you know what I mean. We'll have a little bit of a piss take, but
yeah,
he just says, "Yeah, come on," and then, like, most shows, if I haven't got a picture of either Rad's hand or Chris's hand coming through the mystery boxes going like that, it's not one of my show videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if I ain't got him or Tim going like that, and Chris as well as, it's just like, yeah.
This is the thing. I tell you what, that is something that's really nice. Is that there is a proper camaraderie with their stand and everything. And do you know what? I think that's one of the things that was so sort of endearing. Was he invited
from the
us.
North April.
He invited us into that.
Yeah.
You know, and made us a part of all of that. And do you know what? It's really nice. And like I said, he had absolutely no reason whatsoever. You know, he had nothing to gain out of that. And he just done it. And that means a lot. You know, it goes a long way.
They're always laughing and joking. There's never a dull moment when you're over there with them.
No.
I mean, I had the privilege of literally spending the night with them with CFTN crew for the Sea show, and my God, such a laugh. I mean, we're all up all late. You know, most of them were hanging in the morning. I think I was like just absolutely knackered with the migraine. I was like, fucking hell. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, good bunch, man. Good bunch.
Yeah, they certainly make the shows interesting.
Yeah.
Exotic
Spider people, we're the best.
Hey,
We're the best. Spider people, we're just the best. You're right, Tim. Exotic enclosures.
I think though it's what we were saying back at the beginning though. You know, it's like it's how the community within this little thing is held together, because there's some places. I mean, I don't see a lot of it, to be fair, but there's some of the discussions and that go on Facebook and YouTube and like that, and you sit and think, my God, it's bloody awful. You know, there's some awful things going on.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the spider hobby, I think all of spider keepers don't exactly fit into society too well, and they're not always accepted in society as well as majority of people. So you put us all together, all loving spiders, and that's it. We're a whole different community to any others, I think.
Yeah.
And I think we're the only community where we don't look down on each other for having a different background to each other either.
No, there's there's someone from everywhere, isn't there?
You know, I've been in groups of people, and you mentioned ex drug addict, and they go, and you can see it on the face. It automatically things change.
Yeah.
But with this community, people will literally comment and say, "Really proud of your journey where you are now." It's completely different to any other community.
Yeah, I think so. What someone said in the thing there, saying about like the reptile side of things. I mean, crikey! I pop in on some of them every now and again and just have a little look, see what's going on, And God, a majority of them are horrendous. They really are horrendous. But yeah, you're right. We are from a different world.
There is people that still will try and like almost third party try and put you down, and then come and say hello at shows. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, like the name of that spider which was supplied with the scorpion. Sorry, I'm not a scorpion expert. I'm spider. Yeah, not a problem. But because TSS had marked it up wrong, I said the same name that they did in the video. Oh,
why wouldn't you?
Mate, I was sent screenshots of one little person and what they were saying, and I literally addressed it in the follow-up video, to be honest. But I was just like, how stupid! You're literally just damaging the hobby yet again. And this person will come up to me at shows and go, "Hi, Scott, you okay?"
Yeah.
And and the next show he does it at, I'll be like, "Yes, you okay?" I'll still carry on as normal.
Yeah.
But it's
the dark thing is though, I watched that video, and to be honest, it's like you done nothing more than what everybody else would have done. I would have done exactly the same thing. If you give me something with a label, I expect it to be what that label tells me it is. It's just that simple. And let's face it, it's like even like when the importers are bringing stuff in, we rely on the suppliers to be able to identify a lot of it. So it's like we ain't got a clue.
When I spoke to Lee about it, that's exactly what he said. He couldn't apologise enough, but he said to me, I know this as being gospel as well. He had pneumonia at the time, so he wasn't in work. And for Lee not to be in work is like me or you. You got to be on death's door bed. And he wasn't at the show either. And there was a comment made in a different WhatsApp group chat saying they box them up at the shows. It's like, no, people don't box things up at shows. They box things up before they go to shows. And he said to me, he said, normally, you know, he will check every single scorpion, especially the ones that he knows to be 100%, just like that one. And anything that he thinks I'm not quite sure on, he will get to the show and he'll go grab Tim and double check. And he said he wasn't available to do that, so somebody else did that. And of course, the sellers, the guys that are sending it over to him, had literally labelled them up wrong. So he's gone around.
But it's do you know what I mean? It pisses me off when you got people that jump on that. When you actually dig down to it, would they have been able to identify it? No, they wouldn't, because they had less idea than you did. You know,
This one person, they to be fair to them, they would have, but they inboxed me to tell me it was incorrect, and I said, "Yeah, I know, don't worry about it." And then I said on a live that, you know, it is down to the sellers to put the correct names on these things before it comes to us. And then this same person then said in a group chat saying, yeah, they all say it's the seller's fault, but it's not. It's the individual buyers. They should do their research. They should know. So it's like I said in that video, it's all great and well stating something like that, but when you go to a show, you see things that you've never seen before. So you think, well, actually, I'll get that. It's labelled up as, I don't know. Let's say it's labelled up as I don't know, Scott species beard, and you think that looks absolutely amazing. I'll get it home, I'll research it for 24 hours, and then we can rehouse it appropriately. And I think that's what majority of us actually do. And that was the case with that scorpion. So I was just like, what?
The thing is it's like, the problem is, right, it's like everything you keep or whatever, you get used to, and you know what it looks like, you know what it is, you find out what its name is and do all the rest of it. And we're all looking for that something different we've not had before. So that in itself tells you we're not going to know anything about it, because it's something different that we've never had before. So I think we are reliant on whatever is on that label to tell us what it actually is. So it's like, you know, the problem is no, we're all fallible. You know, we can all make mistakes, and this is what I was saying before. You know, we are all open to mistakes. No one's an expert. It's just some people know a little bit more than others. That is it. But we're all capable of making mistakes, especially on identification. You know, there's certain things that are so alike. It's just ridiculous.
I think people get jealous of the fact that you do YouTube, and they think, oh, you've got over 10,000 subscribers, so you. And it's like, figures like that don't interest me, just like they probably don't interest you either, Dave, because that's not what it's about.
No, and I think the subscriber thing. I remember in the early days, I used to sort of like, especially when I very first started, I was like, I used to watch them and be like, oh bloody hell, I've got another one, you know. And it is exciting, but it's you learn after a while that it's a bit of a funny thing, because it goes up and down and it moves about, and you know. And yeah, you're right. There is a certain amount of jealousy, because you're in the limelight, and your name is, you know, being mentioned here, there, and everywhere, and you get it. I mean, I did see
anybody could spend 7 years doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, instead of being jealous, do what I've done and do it better.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Check out my videos that have done really well, or check out Dave's videos, because he's, you know, much bigger channel, and replicate them to how you would do them and do them better, and push the hobby forward together.
Yeah, definitely. That's what it should be about. I mean, it's all about sharing what you do and what you know, and hopefully benefiting other people that are doing it as well. But you're learning all the time yourself as well. I mean, I do things, and sometimes I sit there and I just think to myself, why the hell did I do that? You know, that wasn't a good idea.
I think as well, if we all like slag each other off and argue over nothing really, if the government ever turn around and say, well, actually, we're not having pokers in the UK anymore. We're going to put a strict ban on them, or we're going to ban this type of spider, or we're going to ban this or do this. We're all going to be arguing that much with each other. We're not going to actually come together and put something sustainable forward to the government to say, go fuck yourselves, we're keeping our spiders.
Yeah.
And there's I mean, it's the government. They could literally turn around at any point and say, well, we're putting all the pokies on DWA. You know, like they have with the Barythides of the Scorpions, when they don't all have to be. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They could literally do the same type of thing, and we'd be that divided that we wouldn't be able to prove anything. So they would stay that way.
Yeah, I mean, the DWAs are very.
I think people love hate more than what they love.
Mm.
That's quite sad. But
there's
some people, rather, not everybody.
Yeah, there's always going to be jealousy, isn't there, over everything? There's always people wishing they had something or a bit of something or whatever. I mean, I saw it actually the other day there. Wasn't there a big thing about mystery boxes? And do you know what? I actually sat and watched the videos, and I was like, do I comment or not? And in the end, I told you, did you?
I was like, if you got an issue with it, just fucking message the seller, and it would have been interesting to see what their response would have been in this actual video.
Yeah, and I did again though.
But I was thinking, when has Dave ever done a mystery box? Like opened one on his channel? Or like, fuck.
No, it was the sort of funniest thing. When I very first saw it come up, I was like, I need to address this. And then after I watched the video, I was like, no, I don't need to address this really. This is just bloody ridiculous.
I certainly will never be bought by going, oh, here's a load of free shit. It'd be like, well, yeah, okay, if you want me to do an unboxing, if you're going to give it me for free, I need to tell people it's for free, and if anything's shit in it, I'm going to fucking tell them.
Exactly that.
That's how I work. I don't go,
yeah,
you know, oh, you gave me this for free, therefore it's the best thing ever. When it comes to mystery boxes, I mean, I bought mystery boxes off yourself. On the day, I'll go, oh, actually, I ain't had one off Dave for a while. Hey, up, Dave, can I buy that one? Yeah, not a problem. Boom. I don't go, oh, Dave, can you knock me a special Scots one up, please? Because it's no. But then somebody will see me unboxing it, and then it's in your best interest not to do that, because then they'll go, Dave, I bought a £30 mystery box and I didn't get 500 quid worth of spiders in it like Scott did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is exactly it.
Anybody know what happened to the girl that had her own channel? She did the Balfour, that Beth and his spiders. Yeah, like Ling put.
Beth.
I think life just got in the way for Beth, so she chilled out and.
Yeah, she's doing all right. She's I still speak to Beth, and she's absolutely fine. I think in actual fact she was another one of them
with her.
Yeah, she's
awesome.
Another one of them people that took you know, some unnecessary flack on her channel for silly things, and we all take to it differently. You know, we all handle it differently, and you know, and I think, like you say, you know, life itself just sort of got in the way. Things got busy. You know, back when her channel changed and everything, she was in the process of buying her house, and there's lots and lots of things going on in her life, you know.
Well, and, she was doing her own YouTube channel, her own Instagram, and then she was doing the Spider Shop's Instagram and TikTok as well as her own TikTok. That is a lot to do.
She was doing an awful lot, and you know, and I think she'd probably be the first to sort of, you know, admit that, you know, she just took on too much too soon, and it was just very difficult to keep up with, and it all become a bit too much. But it's also as well, you got to remember, a lot of people started out in lockdown, and then when life becomes a slightly bit more normal, and all of a sudden you're now doing all the normal things that you weren't doing before because you were locked indoors, you know,
you've lost a lot of time again.
Yeah. Suddenly, time is valuable again. So it's yeah, it's difficult. But I mean, no, she's doing absolutely fine. I was talking to her not so long ago. And,
Tina says, "Tell Bethany she is missed." US fan here.
Yeah, I think she knows because she still watches my videos, and she often gets mentioned in the comments. People ask about her and bits and pieces. So yeah, she knows. She knows.
I think she did a lot for female keepers as well. Brought them right to the forefront.
Yeah. And I think
Really did.
you know, it's sort of it makes me laugh because this YouTube thing is not easy.
No.
It is not easy. And what you got to remember is everyone who starts their own YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure I think I'd be pretty much accurate to say that none of them have had, you know, formal training or any experience of doing anything like that. You know, bar literally turning on their laptop. That's probably about as close as they got to experience. You know, and you get a lot of these people get slated or hammered or, you know, just abused through the internet. And you think to yourself, you know, if these people that are getting on them, if they can do any better, get out there and do one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But they won't. They won't because they can't. You know what I mean? It's not as easy as it looks.
I mean, some of the trolls that I've seen trolling on TikTok boys is just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. And
yeah, they're absolutely vicious. You know.
Link said, "Have you got O species Veronica?"
No. It wouldn't be a bad one to try though. This is where she turns around and says, "I've got one for sale," isn't it?
Ling has got some very nice spiders that she keeps very quiet about.
Yeah.
And if she breeds them, I think a lot of people are going to go, wow. That's for sure.
There
you go. I need a male.
Well, if you ain't got a male, you might as well sell me the female. I might just have one here. Tina in there, she was just saying there, like with the YouTube thing, she watches lots of different channels, and they're all just do it off themselves.
I don't watch many spider videos on YouTube.
Good man, Osman. Yeah. My spider getter.
No,
I don't. To be totally honest, I don't get time. I'm hoping one of my big things that I really want to do in the next sort of year or two is I'd like to sort of do my spiders full time, but the offshot of that would mean that I can get more involved with stuff like on like you know, on the internet, bits and pieces, in the groups, the chats and stuff like that, because I sort of miss out on a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
and it's just purely because I just don't have the time to get involved. I can't start a conversation because I know in 30 seconds time I've got to be elsewhere doing something else, and it's just like I just don't get the time. And it's like you know, when you said to me before, it's like, oh, you know, can you do a live? Can you do a live? I have to pre-arrange it in advance to make sure that I'm actually going to bloody be there. So it's really quite difficult.
I think that's why we just say, yeah, we'll get one, and then eventually we're like, oh, but I mean, I suppose you'd do the same. I mean, I'd certainly would, but I mean, I'd love to have like Dave on a live stream every month. But the problem with that is every month it'd be like, oh, how did you get into spiders, Dave? Because somebody's asking in the comments. It would be literally the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I love the fact that we have catch-ups at the shows and stuff like that, and then several times a year we do the live streams as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think it's nice to have a sort of a gap between them and what have you, and then
Hey, Greg.
see new people in the chat and things.
Tina, listen, watch YouTube while working instead of music. Freelance human being. To this day, I still love that name. Freelance human being. Woohoo! Two of my favourite spider people on the live stream. Merry Christmas, indeed. Hi all.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Chris said it's nice to see how much YouTubers' videos improve from their first video to current day video. It's lovely to see the improvement people make. Or mate, just don't watch my first video. It's my word. The only reason that I've left. I mean, they're so poor, it's unreal. But the reason I've left them there is so when anybody else says, "Oh, I can't do YouTube. I sound like this, sound like that," I can literally go, "Look, this was my first video that I ever did."
Yeah.
And then you kind of you over time you come out of your shell then, and those nerves kind of disappear away, and you know.
I think it's
you crack on or well.
Yeah, I mean, I think to be fair, I probably had a little bit of an advantage over many of you guys on YouTube, purely because of my work. So with my work, I used to do public talks, demonstrations, you know, and things like that. So it's like I can remember back in the day when we used to do like an elephant display. We might have 2,000 people out there watching, you know, and they're all watching you. And then, of course, you know, so, and then I used to do, you know, like when we'd have different film crews come in to do film different programs or documentaries and stuff like that. We'd work alongside the celebrities. Sometimes we'd be interviewed by them, all on camera. And so it's all sort of stuff. So I've never felt I don't mind getting up in front of a crowd and having a chat and doing whatever. So it's a little bit easier. And it's like people say to us with the videos, they say, "Oh, it's all the editing." I mean, we don't edit at all. We don't do any editing at all.
And for anybody watching worrying about the editing, I did a video literally telling you what apps I use, how I do it, and even the app that I use to do thumbnails. Yeah. It's so easy. When people spend hours editing videos, they probably do on a laptop. But if you download KineMaster and film on your phone and just put the clips together, it's a piece of piss. It really is. Yeah. I mean, if I can do it, fucking hell.
I mean, I do our videos on the laptop or on the desktop, either of them. But it is literally what you see is how it happens. That is exactly how it happens, and we've got it down to a bit of a fine thing now. It's like most of the videos are around about 20 minutes long, so we can normally sort of fulfill a video for that length of time. The only ones that we edit are the pairing videos, and that's because I might sit there for 4 or 5 hours
when they're not doing anything. Yeah.
It's
I mean, I do. Apart from over Christmas, I'm normally doing 2 videos a week and a live. Apart from when I'm on call, then I just miss the live.
Yeah.
And those videos are 6 minutes, generally around 6-7 minutes long. Yep. Apart from show videos, they can be a little bit long. Well, they can be a lot longer. But yeah, pretty straightforward. A lot of the videos, I don't even know what I'm doing till I come and sit in here. And then go, "Oh fuck yeah, that needs rehousing." Right, off we go.
Yeah. I mean, we do exactly the same thing. Sometimes we come in and I say to, the missus, I say, I ain't got a clue what we're going to do, and she'll be like, "Oh, why don't you do this? Or why don't you do that?" And and so it's sort of like you end up. It's very, very off the bat.
There you go. Do you know what I was talking about with governments?
What's that?
Tron says support the hobby. So we all need to be together. Tron says support the hobby if you want it to exist in the future. The government in Norway just released a suggestion on banning reptiles and inverts in private households. So we now risk them all gone in a few years.
Wow.
And what happens in Europe does overspill.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why we shouldn't be putting each other down. This is exactly why we should literally all be together, because if we argue, it splits us up, and we all need to stand strong and stand together in case our government ever suggests the same thing.
Yeah.
And if the government says we're going to ban all spiders, a lot of the public are going to go, yay, thank God for that.
I mean, this is what
You know?
we say a lot with the breeding videos. You know, we need to start self-regulating, and we need to, you know, breed as much as we possibly can ourselves to take off some of the pressure for this wild collecting.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I've got nothing wrong. I've got no
Nope.
objection for wild caught stuff, because
No.
it will always be the mainstay of what we do, and it will always be the new stuff. You know, we can't, if we haven't got it in the hobby, we can't do anything with it. We can't breed it. So we need to get it in the first place. So let's get realistic about it. We still need it.
Yeah.
And it's also as well, I mean, it brings me on to like the brown boxing business. You know, people say about brown boxing spiders and animals. You know, everything at one point or another was brown boxed. Everything.
Yeah, like I said earlier, 95% of the hobby was brought into the hobby illegally.
Yeah. Yeah.
T. Snowdonia being like the prime example.
Yeah, but you find it's really weird. Problem is different places have different rules, different regulations, and all the rest of it. Some things that we have here, which we class as endangered, are a pest somewhere else.
Yeah, I know.
You know, so it's really, so who's right and who's wrong, you know, and it's interesting actually. I watched the thing on Tom Crutchfield the other day. Do you know Tom Crutchfield?
Nope.
No, he's a big American reptile guy, and I think he's in his 80s now, and he has been given the kudos of literally changing the way reptile keeping is today over all of the years that he's been involved in it. And he has been the breeder of many of the niche reptiles. So he's done the very first ones, you know. So he's done an awful lot of work. But part of this this thing that I watched on him, basically he's been caught and what's the word? Been caught by the police and charged with 2 separate counts of animal smuggling. So you sort of sit and think to yourself, bloody hell, that's rough, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's bad. But then when you go back to it, one of them was back in the 70s and one I think was in the 80s. So one of them was a bit dubious because laws hadn't quite changed that much then. They were in their infancy. And you sort of sit there and you think, one of the key questions they asked was how did what's the difference between an animal smuggler and someone who's passionate about animals? Well, the difference is an animal smuggler does it purely for profit, and an animal man who's passionate about it, like Tom Crutchfield was, he actually done it for the well-being of a species because he knew he could breed it and secure it. And it put a different slant on it. And you sort of sit and think about the same thing with spiders. It's all the same.
Julianne's just said the new Tiger King documentary is now exposing the reptile trade with Tom Crutchfield.
That is one of them, yeah.
He brown boxed.
Yeah.
Like, how did we get reptiles?
That is I've not seen the actual program. I watched a talk about the program. And it was very, very interesting. And you've got, although he's been charged with 2 counts of this, he is still, no matter what way you look at it, he's still one of the fundamental people in reptile husbandry, changing reptile husbandry for the better, for what it is today. He's been a leading a leading light in that area. You know, if it wasn't for him, we'd still be back in the dark ages with a lot of this stuff. You know, he's literally changed so much. So it's we have to be careful how we look and how we see things.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I mean it's just crazy. I'm looking forward to watching the whole documentary.
I mean, one of my friends, he's literally the same age as me. His parents, they brought back to the UK a certain species of snake, which is now quite common, in a suitcase on an airplane. But obviously, I mean, I won't say the species, and I won't tell you the person, obviously. But yeah, but the story is absolutely amazing. But that's how it was done back then.
I think,
You know, I think if people wanted a certain species, that's how they would go and get it.
yeah, I think it's a very, very interesting scenario, because I can tell you now, all of the top institutions and the zoos, all of the big parks and everything else, they've all got dirty hands. And if they want something, they will find a way of getting it. And they don't care whether it comes in a damn suitcase or whether it comes in however. They're not interested as long as they can procure it. And especially if it's something that's like on, say, I don't know, the top 10 hit list, and they can be the first to breed it in captivity, they'll have it.
Yeah.
And we are talking, you know, top organizations around the world, and they all deal with all these things. So then what you end up with top suppliers, if you like. So these are the guys that actually go out into the bush and speak to the tribes who collect the animals, which buy it, which then in turn sell it back to us. You know, these are the key men. These are the key people.
Oh yeah.
So when it was an interesting thing that come up with the Tom Crutchfield thing, the people that he were dealing with were actually dealing with a lot of these top institutions, and they were getting the same stuff, but they knew it was bent paperwork, but they don't care because they just blame it on someone else. Yeah, and they've got it. So it's a bit like we were saying earlier on about like in this country, like with the BBC and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I've been involved with different bits and pieces with that, and it's like it's shocking what they will do to get the end result.
Like I said, I'm not the BBC's big fan, but having done a bit of YouTube and seeing what other people do, and you know, even when you think these TV companies are doing amazing work because they're doing an exposure, the fact that they write exposing in the title means that more people are going to watch it. More people watch it means bigger return.
Yeah.
So I'm quite conscious of stuff like that because, like I said, I've seen it on YouTube. I mean, I've done in the 7 years I've done YouTube. I've done, I think it's just two or three clickbait videos just to prove a point, and they've both gone really, really well. View wise, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible how some of the TV programs will almost show they're doing a good thing by doing something, where really what it comes down to fundamentally is how much money is being returned to their bank accounts.
Exactly that.
And that
is
just
exactly
goes the same with zoos that are trying to keep themselves afloat with the with the energy crisis that we're experiencing, and the fact that people haven't got the money to go visit them as much. But if they still need that particular animal to breed, to say that they've done it, to get people's interest back in that particular zoo, to get people there, then they're gonna.
I think the problem is
true, right.
The problem is the advertising, the film companies, all these people that make these programs, they're not actually interested in any of the result.
No.
All it is like you say, they're just interested in the money. And it's like this new one with Tom Crutchfield. That's going to do an awful lot of damage to the reptile community. It will hammer the reptile community when it's at a stage now where, because of some of the situations we've had with venomous and stuff like that, you know, around the world, mainly America, it's just going to be another nail in the coffin. And the sad thing is, the vast majority of the people that will watch that program and react to it are those with no knowledge of it. You know, they got no knowledge whatsoever, but they'll watch that program, they'll gain an opinion, and then they'll shout that opinion.
They'll get a programmed opinion, i.e. the same opinion that the producer wants you to have. So you agree with them, therefore you'll recommend watching that program to other people. April and Mike said, I used to watch Exotics there until I realised he would purposely annoy the tarantulas to get the views. I see that all the time. All the time. I see YouTubers, you know, if me or Dave, if there's an escapee spider, it's because I fucked up and it's managed to escape, or Dave's done the same thing and it's flew up his arm or around his head or whatever. I've seen videos on YouTube of like other YouTubers literally titling there and doing the thumbnail all about this escaped tarantula or spider. And when the situation happens, it's like I'm watching it going, well, I'll film and edit. You can almost see it's like staged. It's like, I know what you're going to do next. And then like they do it and it's like, oh, fuck this shit. Next.
Yeah. I think this is
my favourite one was the one that well, not favourite, but the one where the spider went flying up in the air, and I was just like, wow.
I mean, some of it. I mean, there's been a big thing lately, isn't there? About there was some. I've not actually seen it. I don't know if you have, but there was a big thing lately about someone who was literally just being cruel to spiders. And
it was me that exposed it on TikTok.
Oh, it was a TikTok thing, yeah. And you sort of sit there and you think, well, but you know the bigger question is what is wrong with that situation? The guy making the video,
the people watching it,
or the thousands of people that are thumbs up in it.
So for those that don't know, this person collects spiders from the wild, puts them in a small box, and literally fights them against each other. And for every so many likes on TikTok he gets, he'll put an extra one in there, so you've got an extra spider until there's like 6 or 7 battling it out on TikTok. It is animal abuse. I reported it as animal abuse. A lot of people in the WhatsApp chat did the same thing, and we all got the same thing back. TikTok found no violations in these videos. How can there be no violations?
But you know, even if you take
they're not
that
being
aside,
killed cleanly, and
surely though the real sick thing about it is the amount of interest and views that it got.
But it's
like, where are all these people? What are they getting from it?
If dogfighting's illegal, why the fuck ain't this?
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
But then someone mentioned there about Exotics Lair. Yeah. Everyone complains about Exotics Lair, and yet he is the largest YouTuber out there. He's got like 3.2 million or something.
But me and you could do the same thing he does to get the views.
Yeah, but don't you understand though? It's like,
people want it. People want to see it, yeah. But it's not the same people that watch us. It's not people in the hobby. That's a general public watching some dickhead just teases spiders.
It shows what's sick with society, doesn't it?
And yeah, most of society want to see, something horrible happen to spiders, so they're watching it.
Yeah.
I think those that really care will watch the care videos and things like that. And I mean, if me or you did the same thing, we would be, a few million subscribers and earning the big money and all the rest of it. I've got no interest in doing it. Do you know what I mean? So I think the people that watch us are completely different to the people that watch him.
It's a funny thing actually, because I've watched a few of his videos, and some of them actually come across really quite well. You know, they're
Yeah,
not bad.
yeah.
He's actually quite good, and he is actually quite listenable. You know, you can listen to him, and he does his bits, and some of his enclosures are quite nice, and all the rest of it. But then he goes and does a stupid pairing video. You know, and you can, the whole thing changes. It's, you know, especially if he's got, you know, friends round or whatever. You know, and I can imagine half of his problem is he's doing everything one-handed, because he's literally filming it and doing it like this as he's going, and it's like you're at a disadvantage to start with. But it's
I
a
mean,
weird thing that he, you know, some of what he does is quite good, but a lot of it is bad.
there was another one. He's quite big on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok. And I was chatting to him, and I was like, "What? Why'd you handle your pokers?" And he was like, "Yeah, but it's just to get the views. It's to get to people in, and then we educate them." And I'm like, "No, no, that's just an excuse for you to handle a pokey to get your views. It's not.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense with me.
yeah.
You know,
That's where
that's like you trying to get people in so you can get the views, but then the real people that keep spiders and look after them, you've got that bullshit excuse to give to them, so you keep them on side." I'm
yeah.
like, maybe I'm just a bit older and just a bit wiser. I don't know.
I think it depends on where your morals are, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if getting them big numbers and chasing, you know, whatever the dream is, if it means doing anything to get there, then there is no morals, is there?
I've,
You know,
I've
you've
seen
got
that on
nothing.
Julianne as well.
And there's I try and look at it, and I think to myself, it's funny actually, because it come back to when we was talking about the mystery boxes, and I sort of sat and thought, you know, do I respond to this or not? And in the end, I thought, no, I don't need to respond to it. I'm not going to bother. But do you know what? I sat there, and it made me think a little bit, and I thought to myself, like for my channel, I've built this channel on honesty and integrity. I don't really care if you agree with what I do or not, or don't agree. I haven't changed from the very beginning to what I do now.
Nope.
Everything has been the same. I don't share anything unless I know for a fact it's going to work, because I've been doing it for so long. I know it'll work, so I share it. You know, and I'm not interested. I've had loads of different people ask me to, you know, promote different things. I'm not interested, because for me to do an honest promotion probably won't benefit you.
No, it won't. No.
You know, because that's just me. I just, you know, I just want to be honest about it. And it's and so I sort of sat there and I thought, no, I don't need to justify anything with that video, with that, you know,
Exactly.
with the unboxing business. You know, I would say the same to anybody. If you're going to do a channel, you know, literally build it on your own integrity, and stick by what you know, what you believe.
Like I said at the start, I've had plenty of people go, "Oh, if I send you something, can you do a review? And then I can send you this and send you that." And I've gone, "Whoa, hold on a fucking minute. You know,
Yeah,
if you want to send something to me to review, I will review it, but don't expect me just to go, I don't know, this vape is the best ever tasting one. It's fucking amazing. I think you should all get one because you sent it to me for free." That's not going to happen.
yeah,
If there's something wrong with it, I'm going to tell people, because my subscribers mean a lot to me. I'm not going to bullshit them into buying shit so I get it for free when I know it's shit.
yeah,
And
yeah.
you do see a bit of that going on. But
I think you got.
I can't do it. I can't do it. It comes down to integrity again. You
Yeah.
can't. Well, I certainly can't do it. And I've had some bigger companies, I think, just literally just stop. The messages stop when you say, "You can send it me. I'll do it. Not a problem. I'll do a review, but I'm going to do a review as a keeper that gives both sides of the story. One, I'm going to say it's free. Two, if there's any issues with it, I'm going to point them out on the video. And as soon as you say that, they go, "Oh yeah, yeah, don't worry about it." And then you see somebody else doing it, and they're going, "Oh, fucking amazing! It's this, it's that." And then 2 weeks later, they've got something else from that company going, "This is even fucking better." And I'm like, "No, it's not. It's fucking shit."
Yeah. No, I'm of that old school. You know, integrity is all you've got.
Yeah.
It is all you've got. At the end of the day, it's all you got. And it's like when we done where we've done all like our little bits, it's like when we done the merch, we done the calendars. I want it to be the best that I can get it, because I feel that people have they're spending their hard-earned cash to buy something like that. I want them to have the best thing. And it's so important that that they actually get that.
Even down to your beanies, because my beanie hat that says Dave's Little Beasties on it has been washed, don't know how many times. It's still got the same perfect shape, and it's one of my favourite hats. It's a woolly hat, and not necessarily because it says Dave's Little Beasties. Dave's a good friend and all the rest of it, but functionality of it, it's one of the warmest hats I've ever put on my head.
Yeah,
and
I wear my own stuff.
A lot of woolly hats, I'll put it on, and for some reason, I think it's just the way that they're designed around my head. They end up giving me a headache as the day goes on, and I think it's just that I don't think it's got enough stretch or whatever. Yours don't do that. I can wear yours all day long and be completely happy. My head's not getting sweaty, but I'm nice and warm. It's very breathable.
Yeah,
and just by putting it on, you can tell that you've gone out your way and you've thought about it. You've not just gone, well, actually, I can buy these ones for £1 each and still knock them out at 15 quid.
Exactly.
You've obviously spent good money on the hats and then sold them on. Do you know what I mean? That shows.
Yeah, everything we've done like that, it's not all about the money. You've got to have something that you can stand by. That's the most important thing. At the end of the day, it's got your name on it. This comes back to the integrity, doesn't it? It's got to be that. It's got to be like that. But we try and we try and do it as best we can.
If you think about it this way, if somebody gives you, I don't fucking know, a water bowl, for instance, just for fuck's sake, and you say it's fucking amazing, it's this, that, and t'other, and it's they're only 15 quid, and for a fact that after 2 hours it's completely empty because it's got a little hole in. But one of your subscribers has only got 15 quid in their bank account to buy one water bowl until next month, and they go and buy that one, and after 2 hours it's fucking empty.
Yeah,
that water bowl means absolutely everything to them. That's literally what I think of when people offer to do stuff. It's just like, you've got to be honest, and I'm also very, very, very knowing of the fact that the subscribers are the ones that believe in you and support you. So why are you going to bullshit them into buying some shit?
Yeah, I mean, you remember when we moved, and I said, like, I wanted to build an outside building, and I had so many people, subscribers and what have you. They were all like, set up a GoFundMe.
Oh, Joanne, big love from us both there.
No, they were all. I had so many people, subscribers and everything, coming up and saying, set up a GoFundMe page. We want to pay into it. You need to get this building, blah, blah, blah. And you know what? I sat there and I wrestled with it for ages. And I even had like family and that. They're like, why don't you? Everyone else does. Do it. And all that. But I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I sort of sat there and I thought, no, if I can't do this myself, then I don't see why I should get other people, to do it for me or, ask me. And it was all part of being that sort of like, that integrity, that honesty, because I would have felt terrible if I'd done a GoFundMe page. I built my shed. I've done all the bits and pieces I want. And then in 18 months' time, for whatever reason, I just think, do you know what? I've had enough of this crap anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to sell all my spiders up. But I've sat there and I've got this bleeding great expensive building out there, which you lot have paid for. I couldn't live with it.
Somebody,
Couldn't do it.
I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine, and we're very similar because they were like, what do you need with YouTube to go to the next level? And I said, about £6,000. And they were like, what do you mean? I says, well, the only thing that I'd want to do is change the quality of the videos, and there's only one way I can do that because my laptop is like probably about 20 years old, and the camera that I want is about £3,000, and the laptop that I want's about £3,000. And they were like, oh, do a GoFundMe. And I went, but the reason I can't afford to get those is because I spend money on spiders every month.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, no, I just went, no, I just can't do what I'm doing. Joanne says, happy Xmas and a happy new year to you both and your families. Look forward to seeing you both at the Peterborough show next year.
Oh, yes. Make sure you come up and say hello.
We're doing the Christmas Day live 6 p.m. onwards on, well, Christmas Day.
Yeah.
If anybody's free.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I will definitely try and pop in on that day.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate it.
I'll either if we can end up coming back, then it'll be a bit later in the evening. But I think you run on for most of the evening, don't you? So, but yeah, or if we can do it early, then I'll be at my mum's and we'll try and do it there. I'd just like to say a big thank you to all of the people in the chat that have said about getting their calendars. Many of you overseas guys for supporting us with the calendars and everything else. We sold out again, so they've all gone. I think I might have one or two left, so I think they've all gone. So yeah, that was really, really cool, and also all the merch and bits and pieces that we've sent abroad as well. We really do appreciate your support. It's absolutely fantastic, and I'm glad you all enjoy it. I'm glad you like it.
So at noon Eastern Standard Time, New York City. I don't know what 6 p.m. in the UK time is for New York City. You have to have a little Google.
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
No, Julie, take care. Oh, Tina, that'll be awesome. Scott, no family, no plans. Jackie, just turn up. Just turn up on the day. And what we'll do is for each prize, we'll say, right, put hashtag, I don't know, the hashtag Scott's inverts will go into the chat, and that's how you do it. You just enter by doing hashtag Scott's inverts, and then the computer thing comes up on screen, and then it selects whoever one of the entries at random to win it. A lot of the stuff is going to be UK only because it's like inverts and live stuff. But if you're outside of the UK, you can still enter and just donate it if you win to somebody that's in the UK. We have got the Dave's mega box of merch, which is going to go worldwide, as well as 20 UK pounds, as well as which will go to which is for the rest of the world. BTS is a good one to come over for, or Barnsley. Jackie, I'm in Northampton. I was doing work in Northampton last week, actually. You got a solar farm down there. I've been the solar farm down Northampton, and I've been on the HS2 just by Northampton. I'm in UK with Christmas. I'll pick it up if I need to, says Osmeister.
That's it. I think that's the longest I've sat in one place without going to a loo, you know. I was busted. What we got
Tina,
in there?
if you can find an importer like in the US, then there's going to be exporters in the UK that can send stuff.
What's this?
Just the general.
I saw in the thing, Osman was asking about his calendar, and yes, I have got one put aside for you. You don't think I'll forget you?
Joanne met you this year at Peterborough's show and got a photo, Dave. I'm a care worker, working Xmas Day until 8 p.m, but we'll tune in. I bought a Mexican red knee from Dave. Amazing spider. Thank you.
Hey, lovely. I tell you
But
what,
thank
I've
you
just
for
been.
doing your care work on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's good stuff, Joanne. Real good stuff.
I've just been having a think. You're doing the you're doing your raffle stuff on Christmas Day, aren't you?
Giveaway.
Giveaway. Yeah, we do that. I was just thinking to be fair, we'll do a UK and an overseas one. Do them two separate ones
Oh,
because that'd be a little bit fairer, wouldn't it? And
yeah, that'd be awesome.
That'd just be a little thank you from us for all the support we've had this year. And so yeah, we'll do one for one for UK and one for overseas.
You've got to be a bit quiet now, Dave. Danielle's going to bed.
Oh, is she? Oh, it's time for me to make some bloody noise now. Then.
Massive thank you for mentioning us on the video as well. Quite a few new subscribers. I really appreciate your support, Dave.
Oh no,
It means a lot.
Mutual. It's mutual.
It means a lot.
I love it, and also as well, you know what I mean. You know, I think a lot of people don't realise just how much you do personally. You know, for the community and everything else. And since I've been in with the chats and bits and pieces, there's an awful lot goes on behind the scenes, and there's this big community that's very supportive of one another. And that community wouldn't be there with you know, if it weren't for you. So, you know what I mean? Give yourself a pat on the back.
There's stuff that goes on behind the scenes that I'm not going to mention because it won't be done out of kindness. It'll be done out of self-promotion. Do you know what I mean? That happens. And then there's other people that get involved with that as well. The community is fucking amazing.
It is. I mean, it's you know, it's so nice to literally be on the sideline because, like I say, I don't get a lot of time to actually interact with a lot of people. But it's nice watching it on the sideline and seeing what's going on and everything else, and you realise just how supportive all these people are of one another. You know, and it's a breath of fresh air in a world that is pretty crap most of the time.
There's somebody that's going through something horrific, and some of the companies that are subscribers have gone. I've asked them, and they've gone, yeah, not a problem, and sent them stuff. Do you know what I mean? That is just like blows me away. Absolutely blows my head off completely. I'm like, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's
just
yeah.
Kelly Marie Webb. Hey Dave, my 3-year-old absolutely loves you and your videos. Has fallen in love with our spiders. She called Amelia.
Oh, I should imagine.
Dave,
I would hope Amelia's in bed by now, but if she's not, hello, Amelia.
Should be watching my lives after 9 p.m, Amelia. No. Video is not a problem, but the lives, no. Jackie says, Dave, we have learned so much from watching your videos. Keep up the amazing work.
Oh, thank you, Jackie.
And Mark Tati says, would be a dream to come to the UK for a week or two at a time where arachnid expos are happening and hang out.
That would be
most
cool.
months, towards the end of most months, we've got them on.
Yeah.
Freelance human being. It's still a great name.
That is brilliant name.
I still think that's fucking brilliant. This hobby and the friends I've made in it have truly changed my life. No longer battles depression. It's impossible to explain to people who don't get it. Spiders do a lot for us, and like for my ADHD brain, I know Ling suffers with ADHD as well. As come and deal with your spiders, and suddenly you make sense of the world. And try and explain that to somebody that don't keep spiders, and they're just like, "What the fuck do you mean?" And it's like, I can't explain it, but I can deal with family life because I've got my spiders. What don't you get? You don't need to understand it. You just need to know that I'm happy doing my fucking thing.
Do you know what? It's like I've had the same thing no matter what I've ever kept at home, whether it's been fish, birds, reptiles, spiders. It's all been the same, but it's that one place where I can just disappear on my own and just get on and just do things. And there's little challenges in there which they set for me, you know, and it's down to me to try and sort of work them little challenges out. And it's such a sort of a cool place to just chill out and relax.
This will make you smile. Kelly said her daughter's in bed, but she loves watching Little Beasties. I kept jumping spiders for a while, but after watching you, we now keep tarantulas too. She loves her spiders.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome.
Oh, it's
man.
so true. My family think I'm nuts, but they see the difference, so they all support me.
Lovely.
I explained to my wife when we first met, I said, look, I'm a little bit weird. You either deal with it or you leave me, one of the two. And she stuck by me. And she now understands what spiders and that mean, and just that's it. I mean, you can be up till 2, 3 in the morning chatting to people that are going through addiction, and because they know that you have, they message her, and she never says a word, nothing.
Yeah,
she'll just offer to go to bed, and then she don't say nothing. She's brilliant.
That's support, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's support. It's
But if
I think this is the other thing.
Sorry,
this is the other thing that a lot of people don't understand. You know, when we were saying about, like, being on YouTube, having your channel, all this sort of stuff, people don't understand the impact that has on your family life.
Oh no, nothing.
Because you all know you have the same thing that I do. My phone don't stop bleeping day and night.
Yeah,
all the time. There's always someone bleeping looking for advice or asking a question, or trying to find something out. And I have to put my phone on silent a lot of the time. Otherwise, we're trying to sit and watch a telly or something, and she won't get an ounce of peace. And it's constant. People don't realise.
The wife obviously needs attention. So I'll cook a lot. And I'll wait until she's putting the boys to bed, and then I'll do the video or whatever. But then our 5-year-old Noah is high functioning ADHD. So he's off his fucking box, literally takes after me. Apart from my ADHD has gone from being mainly physical to being in the brain now, more with the thought process. But our 6-year-old is verbal autistic. And they need my attention. But we've also got a 15-year-old daughter who, when the boys are being boys and being ADHD and autistic, traits going on, they need the attention, they need to be supported. It's very easy to think that she's all right and to leave her alone, but she also needs that conversation. How are you? How's it going? Let's have a cup of tea. And it's a lot of work. But I remember when I come off drugs, I was sitting in my flat by myself. I believe in God, so I did a little prayer. I said, I don't want to be lonely. I need to be on the go. And this is what happened, So I'm quite happy with it being the way it is. But I tell you what, if the wife needs me, everybody can get the fuck. She comes first. She comes before me, mum and everybody. It goes my wife, my kids, my mum, and then everybody else.
Same as.
That's how it is.
Always been like that.
There has been times when I've had a Tuesday live set up, and she's not been very well, and she's been quite ill. Like she broke her wrist because the little one swung on her wrist, and she was like, "You've got a live in 10 minutes." I went, "Oh yeah," and then she got, "It's in 5 minutes. You need to go and get yourself ready." And I've gone, "Darling, I am ready. I'm looking after my kids while you look after yourself." It took me a little while to do it regular, but if she's got a problem, then I have to. I've cancelled lives before now. It's like, well, sorry, but
I think
they've got to come before YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
I think that's it's like I was saying earlier on. Me and Kelly, we've been together like 20 plus years, and I think she knows now. You know, she is number one.
Oh,
So
yeah.
whatever's going on, right? And I don't care where we are, whatever. You know, she is my main focus, my main priority. And we're lucky enough now. We're in that situation where I'm hers as well. You know, and we literally do look after each other, and that's probably why we are still together. You know, because we make each other a priority, and that's how it needs to be, and that's a priority above all else. It don't matter what else comes along or whoever, nothing will get in between that. You know, it's just not happening, and that's the key.
I think my Tara, I mean, she don't mind me talking about any of it, because she says if any other woman's going through it, she'd rather know that there can be light at the end of the tunnel. But she's been through a lot of abuse in her life and all sorts, and for a long time it was like, I think she just thought that I was the rock of the family and this it. But really, she's the one that keeps the whole place together, 100%.
Yeah,
I said to her before now, I said, you know, with my drug history and everything, it doesn't go away. That one in for drugs doesn't go away. Even 10 years later, you still get the odd cravings. And I said to her, I says, when I'm lying under a machine, covered in shit, covered in fucking oil, freezing my bollocks off, and I'm going, fuck this, I'm just going to phone the office and say, fuck it, I'm going home. I think of her in this place and think, I've got to carry on with this, otherwise we ain't got this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I went. Suddenly, it's like the job's done, and I've seen it through, and I've sorted it out.
Yeah,
and I'm on the way to another job somewhere else. It's fucking mental.
You got purpose, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know, that's
Spidet Girls, Legs and Lair says hi, all. Hi, Dave. Hi, and Scott.
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he. You know, I think it's funny actually, because we often sit there and, you know, we know how lucky we are to have the relationship that we have. You know, because not many people have that.
Nope.
You know, there's a lot of people that we see that, you know, and know that don't have that. So it's you know, we're very lucky. But then you got to think of, you know, it takes work, and we're constantly working at it, and we're constantly looking out for one another, constantly helping each other, and it like I say, it's the silly little things, you know. I mean, like earlier on, the computer has a bit of a bleeding blip, and I'm sitting there thinking, what the hell? I ain't got a clue, you know. What's the first thing I shout for? Her, because she knows what she's doing with a computer. She comes up, fiddles around, she goes, "There you go. Can I go now?" "Yeah, go on, bye." Yeah. It's all done.
The amount of times I've come home from work with a cut on my head or something like that, and there's fucking blood coming down here, and she's going, you need to go to hospital. And I'm like, nah, I need my dinner first. Sit down. And I'm like, I sit there and I think, you know, there's still blood coming down or whatever. And then the next minute, I know she's got fucking the tissues out, the fucking bandages out, slaps it all on, and then she's like, if that's still bleeding after dinner, you're still going to bloody hospital. And I'm like, it fucking won't be, you know. But
I'll tell you what, though, you know, you got it right. Sometimes we can be literally anywhere. You know, we could literally be driving at 4 a.m. on the way to a show, or we could just woke up or just gone to bed. Sometimes, like, literally just go to bed, and you're just laying there in bed, and then you just start giggling, and you're like, what the fuck are you giggling for? And you're like, and before you know it, we are both now in fits of laughter. We haven't got a clue why we're laughing. We don't know what's going on, you know. And you just sort of, it's moments like that. You sort of sit there and you think, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? How can we still be 20 plus years on, and we both still make each other laugh so bad? It's funny. Yeah, it's just horrendous, really.
I'll sometimes like go up behind Tara when we're out in public, and I'll put my arm through her arm, and I'll literally walk along like I'm a little monkey. Do you know? And she'll be fucking. I did it today. She'd be pissing herself. Or like, Layla, we were in town. It was Layla's like last day because it's a Christmas holiday, so she's going out with her mates. So we were in town and we met up with her, and she got like 4 of her mates with her, and like 10 of her mates were stood behind. You know what I mean? There's me running over like a little monkey, going Layla, Layla. And Tara's like just pissing herself, going, "She's gonna fucking kill you." And I'm just like, "Oh wow." You know, if her mates don't know her fucking dad's crazy boy now, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
even,
no, that's what they're there for, isn't it? To be embarrassed.
I mean, me and Tara have had an argument before now, and we're halfway through the argument. I'll look at her and I'll go, and she'll just start laughing, and I'll start laughing. I'll do something stupid. And like anybody else, if you're having an argument with them, would go, "Yeah, fucking dickhead, rah, rah, rah." No, she just starts laughing, going, "For fuck's sake." But when she's really pissed off, like really pissed off, and like I'll go to bed and she's in bed and the boys have pissed her off all day, pressed every single button, and she's like, "The fucking boys have pissed me off, rah, rah, rah." I'll sit there and I'll flick her nose or something, or just like she'll be like, "Are you trying to piss me off like this?" And I'll be like, "It's trying to piss me off," and then she'll just start laughing about it. She'll be like, "You're a dickhead." Yeah. I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
We wouldn't have many other way.
No.
We wouldn't have any other way. Joe, I'm sitting here in my room now, and all my AVICs are all coming out now. They're literally all out and about.
Because one's gone, "Look, Dad's out. He's going to get some food out for us in a minute."
Yeah.
They're all
I'm looking forward to rehousing them all.
Where is he?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting them all rehoused. That's going to be a nice bit. Yeah.
Right, Dave. I think we'll have to call it a night. 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'll say I've got a busy weekend. I've got to build this room. Looking forward to getting it done. So we will see you next at Taunton. Are you going to Taunton?
Yeah.
That'll be our next one. Taunton. Oh no, we'll see you Christmas Day actually.
Christmas Day live.
I better turn up Christmas Day.
Oh no, Seas and then Taunton, yeah.
Yeah, because we're not doing Seas, so we're Taunton is our first one, and then we got actually. Are you coming down for the Eastleigh show?
What's that one?
Southampton. So it's not Brighton, is it? It's going to be Southampton.
Southampton, yeah.
You coming down to that?
Yeah.
Ah, now you'd be about 5 minutes around the corner from my house.
I think the only one we're missing is the Glasgow.
Yeah, that's a long way away, isn't it?
When is Southampton? Is that in March?
Well, no, it'd be the same time as Brighton, wouldn't it? So I guess it'd be November, wouldn't it?
Right. Huh?
No. Yes, because Brighton is being swapped for Southampton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be November, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're only 5 minutes from your house.
Yeah.
Oh, might have to get a hotel then.
Yeah.
Ian says, how about the Bournemouth Bug Show?
Yes, we're going to that as well. Yeah. Who's going there? Oh, Ian. Yeah. Ian's local, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Ian. I think Ian's local. I think he's Paul or somewhere around there.
Oh, Kelly says, "Could I be cheeky?" Sorry, Kelly, I've only just seen this. "Could I be cheeky and ask for a shout out for the kids? It would make their day. Amelia, George, and Haley."
Why not? Yes. Hello, Amelia, George, and Haley. Hope you have a lovely Christmas. And don't forget, when you're watching the videos, turn the volume up. Give your mums a bell.
Right up.
Turn it up loud. And you got to say the catchphrase at the end of the video, all together. Don't forget, be calm, be gentle, and love your spiders. Merry Christmas.
Nigel says, "Any shows coming up near Coventry soon?" Nigel, we have got the Coventry show, dude.
Yeah.
We've got the Coventry show.
Oh yeah,
What, the Bournemouth Bug Show. I've got no idea, Ian, because I film all the invert show ones. So it just depends if I've got enough cash to do that one fuel wise as well as the other one. That makes sense. Or what the dates are. No, the dates and one in the Northern show on at the same time as the Bournemouth Bug Show or something.
No, they're different dates now this time.
Oh, fucking fought for that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're different dates. I can't remember. That's terrible, isn't it? I can't remember when the Bournemouth one is. I can't remember the date. Oh, bloody hell. Where's... Oh, God.
Nigel, the Coventry ones, if you haven't been before, it's Coventry Sports Connection. So, well, I say Coventry show, it's just on the outskirts, isn't it?
Oh, here we go. The Bournemouth Bug Show.
We need you downstairs.
It's Sunday, the 1st of June. There we are.
Let me just... Where are we? This one is I'll put in chat now the link to the Invert Shows UK's Facebook page. And then also, if you get your phones ready and take a screenshot of that, and then you've got your details for the shows.
Yeah. Yep, so that one's in June, 1st of June. And yes, Ian, it has been moved to a much bigger venue. A lot bigger. And it'll all be under one roof in the new venue. So, yeah. That is cool. So we expect to see you all there. Right. I better go down and see what the drunken lot of what they've done with my living room. And
They've drank your beer, they've ate your cake.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there'll be bugger all left now. I guarantee it. I'll be going to bed thirsty and hungry. Right. Well, it was lovely popping in and seeing everyone again.
Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate it.
No, I really enjoy it. It's really good fun.
Pass our thanks on to camera lady as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. She'll. We'll see. Remember, I was saying we ain't had an argument in ages. Let's go see how much beer I got left. Right.
So everybody's still watching. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support, more so on the lives. Thank you guys. Take care and hopefully see you for Christmas Day. If not, have a great Christmas and a happy New Year.
Lovely job. Thanks all. See you.